Did you know that the ancient Stoics believed our lives could be dramatically transformed simply by changing our thoughts? This isn't just old philosophy. It's a proven science that top performers and successful people tap into every single day. Now, I know that might sound a bit out there, but stick with me. Today, we're going deep into how the wisdom of Stoicism, combined with modern strategies, can unlock a life of greater satisfaction and achievement. This isn't just about thinking positive. It's about creating a magnet in your mind that attracts everything you've ever wanted. So before we jump in, do me a quick favor. Hit that subscribe button. It's a simple way to show you appreciate the efforts we put into bringing you these insights, and trust me, you won't want to skip any part of this. We're about to uncover some life-changing ideas that can help you steer your life in directions you've always dreamed of, but perhaps never thought were possible. Let's get started and dive right into the heart of Stoicism and how it can be the game changer in your personal and professional life. The idea that you can control your life by managing your thoughts and emotions might sound a bit like a superpower, but in reality, it's the core of Stoic philosophy. The Stoics believed that by mastering your internal state, you can influence your external reality. It's not about suppressing what you feel. Instead, it's about steering those feelings in a way that serves you better. Let's break it down. Think of your mind as a powerful tool, almost like a control room that dictates how you interpret and respond to what happens around you. Your thoughts and emotions are indeed powerful influences. They can dictate the quality of your day and even the direction of your life. Imagine them as a current pulling you along. If the current is positive, you'll likely see positive outcomes because you're open to them, expecting them, and thus more likely to make decisions that will lead to them. On the other hand, if you're constantly focused on the negatives, it's like setting yourself up for a self-fulfilling prophecy. The grocery store scenario perfectly illustrates this. If you go in thinking it's going to be a stressful experience, it probably will be. You'll be annoyed by the crowds, frustrated by the long lines, and maybe even forget a few items on your list because you're so flustered. Now, how do you shift this? It starts with awareness. Be mindful of your initial reactions and gently guide them toward more constructive paths. This isn't about ignoring the realities of life, but choosing a perspective that enhances your well-being. Let's say you're stuck in traffic. You can simmer in frustration, or you can see it as an opportunity to listen to your favorite podcast or an audiobook, transforming a negative scenario into a more positive experience. Applying Stoic wisdom doesn't require monumental changes overnight. It's the small shifts that accumulate and gradually steer your life in a more fulfilling direction. Remember, the goal isn't to feel good all the time. That's not realistic. But by managing your thoughts and emotions with the insight and clarity that Stoicism teaches, you're equipping yourself to handle whatever life throws at you with a greater sense of peace and resilience. When you think about what you really want in life, how clear are those visions? Clarity is key in Stoicism, as it teaches us to define our desires with precision, much like an architect draws up a detailed plan before the first brick is laid. This isn't just about knowing what you want. It's about understanding why you want it and how it aligns with your deeper values, which is a cornerstone of Stoic practice. It's the specificity that gives your goals their power. So, let's say you're after a new job. A general wish like, "I want a better job," is too vague and scatters your mental energy. Instead, picture the exact kind of job you want. What industry is it in? What position? What kind of work environment do you thrive in? Is work-life balance important to you? When you're specific, it's like setting the coordinates in your life's GPS. You know exactly where you want to go, and you can start taking specific actions that lead directly to your destination. The same principle applies to any area of your life, whether it's improving your health, finding a relationship, or learning a new skill. For example, if your goal is to get healthier, define what that means for you. Does it involve losing weight, building strength, or perhaps running a marathon? Each of these goals requires different strategies and sets a clear path for what you need to do, like planning your diet or your training schedule. Stoic philosophy isn't just about enduring life's challenges, but actively shaping our lives through our desires and actions. By focusing precisely on what you want, you align your daily actions with your long-term goals. This alignment reduces wasted effort and increases your efficiency and effectiveness, propelling you toward the life you've envisioned for yourself. Isn't it fascinating how the certainty of our beliefs can propel us forward or hold us back? This powerful force behind our actions often reflects what the Stoics teach us about the strength of inner conviction and the role of perception in our lives. The Stoics believed that it isn't events themselves that disturb us, but the views we take of them. Similarly, having a strong belief in your ability to achieve your desires isn't just helpful, it's essential. It's like fuel in your tank. Without it, you won't get far, no matter how great your plans are. Let's dive a bit deeper into why belief and faith are such game changers. Think about something you initially thought was out of reach. What shifted? At some point you started to believe it was possible. You saw some progress perhaps, or someone else's story inspired you. That belief then sparked a series of actions that ultimately led to your success. It's this faith in the possibility that unlocks our potential and drives us to pursue even the most daunting goals. Now, applying this to our daily lives and bigger dreams requires a conscious effort to cultivate belief. Begin by surrounding yourself with positive influences, people who uplift you and reflect the values and success you aspire to. Next, immerse yourself in knowledge. Read about others who have achieved what you want to achieve. Understand their mindset, their habits, and their strategies. Knowledge not only inspires but also equips us with practical steps to emulate similar successes. But what about those moments of doubt? They're natural, but the Stoic approach would remind us to challenge them with logic and reason. Why shouldn't you succeed? If others can, why not you? Challenge each doubt with evidence of what you've already achieved, and remind yourself of your capabilities. Over time, this practice reinforces your belief system, making it robust enough to withstand setbacks and fuel your continued efforts. One of the most transformative practices we can incorporate into our daily routine is the simple act of acknowledging what we already have. It's about shifting our focus from what's missing to what's present. This is a key tenet of Stoic philosophy, which encourages us to distinguish between what we can control and what we can't, and to foster a deep sense of appreciation for the former. By cultivating gratitude, we not only enhance our own well-being, but also set the stage for more abundance to flow into our lives. The Stoics weren't just about enduring hardship. They were big on appreciating the beauty of life, how the little victories and the lessons learned even in defeat. They knew that gratitude strengthens the soul, making us more resilient to life's inevitable challenges. So how can we make this ancient wisdom actionable today? Start simple. Perhaps at the end of each day, reflect on 3 things that went well or that you were grateful for. These don't have to be groundbreaking events. Maybe you enjoyed a quiet cup of coffee, or maybe a stranger smiled at you on the street. It's about finding value in the small moments. What this does is it rewires our brains to be more attuned to positive experiences. Over time, this mindset shift not only increases happiness, but also attracts more positivity. Our mindset, much like a garden, thrives when tended with care. If we water the seeds of gratitude, we cultivate a landscape rich with optimism and contentment. And let's not overlook the Stoic practice of reflecting on what could go wrong, a technique known as premeditatio malorum. This might seem counterintuitive to gratitude, but by considering the worst-case scenarios and realizing they are often either manageable or improvable, we actually foster a deeper appreciation for our current state. Practicing gratitude also has a way of magnifying what's good in our lives. It can transform our perspective, turning what we have into enough and more. It's about celebrating the existing riches of your life and, in doing so, unlocking the doors to even greater possibilities. So, challenge yourself to cultivate gratitude daily. It might just be one of the most rewarding journeys you embark on, filling your life with a profound sense of peace and a wealth of joy. just as the Stoics promised. Taking steps toward your dreams might sound like a no-brainer, but how often do we find ourselves daydreaming about what we want without making real moves to get there? This gap between desire and action is where inspired action bridges the divide. Stoic philosophy underscores the importance of not just enduring life's events, but actively engaging in shaping them. It's about recognizing that while we may not control external events, we do control our efforts and responses. Inspired action is about being proactive, not reactive. It's the difference between wishing for a change and making it happen. For instance, if your goal is to improve your health, inspired action isn't just joining a gym, it's committing to going 3 times a week and setting realistic incremental fitness goals. It means preparing healthy meals ahead of time instead of grabbing fast food. This type of action is fueled by clear intentions and a deep understanding of why these goals matter to you, aligning closely with the Stoic practice of thoughtful deliberation and purposeful living. The beauty of inspired action lies in its power to transform not just your circumstances, but also your mindset. Each step you take reinforces your commitment to your goals and your belief in your ability to achieve them. This isn't about massive leaps. Even small, consistent actions accumulate over time, leading to significant changes. For example, writing just 1 page a day can result in a complete book in less than a year, or a small daily savings can grow into a substantial fund. Stoicism teaches us to focus on the present moment and the actions we can take right now. Instead of getting overwhelmed by the entirety of our ambitions, we can break them down into what can be done today. This approach keeps us grounded and prevents the kind of paralysis that can come from feeling overwhelmed by our own dreams. To truly embrace inspired action, start by clarifying what you want to achieve, and then brainstorm the steps that will get you there. Commit to making these steps as specific and actionable as possible. Then, bring a level of mindfulness to this process, engaging with each task as not just a means to an end, but as an important part of a fulfilling journey. This mindfulness is what makes the action inspired, infusing it with energy and purpose, which is right in line with the Stoic emphasis on living according to one's values. Sometimes the biggest hurdles we face aren't from the outside world, but from within ourselves. It's almost like we have this inner critic that knows exactly how to undermine our efforts at just the wrong moments. This self-sabotage can be tricky because it often disguises itself as comfort or caution, but it's really fear holding us back. Recognizing and overcoming this can be one of the most liberating steps we take. Stoic philosophy, with its emphasis on self-awareness and control over one's reactions, provides a powerful framework to dismantle these internal barriers. Self-sabotage manifests in various ways, from procrastination and self-doubt to negative self-talk and beyond. The Stoics taught that we should not be disturbed by our impulses, but rather see them as opportunities to practice virtue and strengthen our character. When you catch yourself thinking, "I'll never be good enough to get that promotion," recognize this as a moment to practice courage and affirm your value. Shift that thought to, "I have as much right as anyone to earn that position, and I will take proactive steps to improve my skills and demonstrate my capability." Understanding why we self-sabotage is also crucial. Often, it's a fear of failure or a way to avoid stepping out of our comfort zones. Stoicism encourages us to question our perceptions and judgments, to see things for what they really are, without the layer of emotion that often distorts reality. By confronting the reasons behind our self-sabotage, we can begin to untangle the deeper fears and start to address them directly. Another Stoic practice that can be particularly effective in combating self-sabotage is the premeditation of evils, visualizing potential challenges and setbacks as a way to mentally prepare for them. This can diminish the fear and anxiety that often lead to self-sabotage. For instance, if you're worried about a big presentation, spend time imagining what could go wrong and how you would handle it. This preparation not only reduces anxiety, but also equips you to deal more effectively with any situation that might arise. Building a routine that fosters positive habits can help reinforce self-discipline and reduce self-sabotage. The Stoics were big on routine because it creates a foundation of order and predictability, which can be incredibly empowering. Start with small, manageable changes that align with your goals and gradually build them into your daily life. Over time, these positive habits will start to override the patterns of self-sabotage, helping you to build momentum and confidence in your capabilities. It's fascinating to think about how much our internal state can impact the world around us. Just like a radio transmitter, we are constantly sending out vibes based on our feelings and attitudes, which, in turn, can attract similar energies back to us. This idea of vibrations and energy might sound a bit mystical, but it actually aligns quite well with Stoic principles, which emphasize the importance of maintaining a composed and positive internal state in the face of life's fluctuations. The Stoics understood that while we can't control what happens to us, we do have power over how we respond, and these responses send out ripples into the world. When you operate from a place of gratitude and positivity, you're more likely to attract opportunities and people that resonate with those frequencies. It's like tuning your personal radio to the best possible station and enjoying the music that comes with it. But how do you maintain this positive frequency, especially when challenges arise? It starts with mindfulness, being aware of your thoughts and emotions without immediately reacting to them. By observing your feelings, you give yourself the chance to respond with intention rather than impulse. This is a core Stoic practice where the focus is on rationality and clear thinking. For example, if you encounter a setback at work, instead of spiraling into frustration or negativity, take a moment to assess the situation calmly. Ask yourself what can be learned and how you can grow from this experience. This kind of response not only keeps your vibrations high, but also opens up a pathway for more constructive outcomes. Furthermore, surrounding yourself with people who uplift and support you can significantly enhance your energy levels. Just as negativity can be contagious, so too can positivity. By choosing to spend time with those who embody the traits and energies you value, you reinforce your own desirable frequencies. These relationships act like amplifiers, boosting your signal and extending its reach. Incorporating practices that nurture a positive state of mind, such as meditation, journaling, or engaging in hobbies you love, can help stabilize your internal vibrations. These activities provide a reset button, helping you tune back into your best frequency. Especially after a tough day, they remind you of your ability to find joy and satisfaction in simple pleasures, reinforcing the Stoic belief in the value of self-sufficiency and inner peace. We all have those moments where it feels like we're our own worst enemy, right? Where it seems like we're fighting against our own desires and goals, creating resistance where there should be motivation. It's almost as if there's an invisible force field stopping us from moving forward. This kind of internal resistance is not just frustrating, it can actually be quite perplexing. Why would we stop ourselves from pursuing what we truly want? Stoicism offers a unique lens through which to view this phenomenon, suggesting that resistance often stems from misaligned beliefs and misplaced judgments. Understanding and overcoming this resistance is akin to navigating through a maze. The first step is awareness, recognizing that the resistance exists, and then digging deep to understand its roots. According to Stoic thought, many of our emotional responses are the result of false judgments. We might resist taking action on a new project or job opportunity because we've convinced ourselves that the potential negative outcomes outweigh the positives. Here, the Stoics would advise us to challenge these judgments by questioning their validity and realigning them with more rational, objective perspectives. Once we've identified the source of our resistance, the next step is to actively work through it. This involves reprogramming our thoughts to align more closely with our goals and values. For instance, if fear of failure is holding you back, remind yourself of the Stoic view that failure is not inherently bad. It's a natural part of human experience and a powerful opportunity for growth and learning. By shifting your perspective in this way, you gradually dissolve the resistance, turning barriers into stepping stones. Another Stoic strategy is to embrace challenges as part of the natural order of things. Just as nature faces storms and seasons of drought, so too must we face periods of struggle and resistance in our lives. Rather than fleeing from these challenges, Stoics recommend meeting them head-on with courage and resilience, trusting that we have the inner strength to overcome them. This doesn't mean that the path will always be easy, but it's through these efforts that we forge stronger characters and more fulfilling lives. Furthermore, actively practicing virtues like patience and perseverance can help ease the journey through resistance. Every small step taken in the face of resistance not only moves you closer to your goal, but also strengthens your resolve and self-discipline. This process of continual effort and overcoming is what builds true confidence and lasting change. It's all too easy to want instant results in our fast-paced world, isn't it? We plant seeds in our gardens and personal lives and then peek every few minutes to see if they've sprouted yet. But just like nature, real growth, whether it's personal development, professional achievements, or even relationships, takes time and patience, something that Stoicism teaches us to embrace wholeheartedly. Stoic philosophy encourages us to appreciate the process itself, not just the end result. It's about understanding that everything has its season, and that significant changes require a period of nurturing and waiting. For example, if you're working towards a major life goal like starting a new business or pursuing a degree, it's natural to feel impatient. However, embracing Stoic patience involves acknowledging that every step in the process is necessary and valuable, even those that seem to slow us down. This perspective shifts our focus from being solely outcome-oriented to finding value in the everyday journey. Each challenge faced and obstacle overcome contributes to our growth and should be seen as an integral part of the adventure. This doesn't mean we passively wait for things to happen. Instead, we actively engage in the process, applying ourselves diligently while knowing that some results simply cannot be rushed. It's like watering a plant. You provide it with what it needs, but you can't pull on the leaves to make it grow faster. Moreover, Stoicism teaches us to use this time wisely. While waiting for one goal to materialize, we can work on other aspects of ourselves or our lives. This could mean developing a new skill, deepening relationships, or simply taking time to reflect and meditate. Each of these activities enriches our lives and often ends up contributing to our primary goals in unexpected ways. Being patient also means being comfortable with uncertainty, another Stoic virtue. Sometimes, despite our best efforts, things don't go as planned. Here, the Stoic practice of staying present and adapting to circumstances without losing our inner peace becomes invaluable. It helps us maintain our composure and keeps us resilient against the frustrations that come with delays or setbacks. Sometimes, it feels like life is just a series of random events. But what if there's a pattern or a flow to it that we're just not seeing? This idea of aligning with the universe might sound a bit out there, but it's deeply rooted in the principles of Stoicism, which teach us about harmony and living in accordance with nature. By tuning into the rhythm of life and accepting that things happen for a reason, we can find a profound sense of peace and purpose. Stoic philosophy encourages us to live in agreement with nature, which includes the natural laws of the universe and our own true nature. This means understanding our roles and duties in life and acting in ways that are consistent with those responsibilities. For example, if you're naturally a creative person, aligning with the universe could mean pursuing a career or hobby that allows you to express that creativity rather than suppressing it in a job that doesn't suit you. But alignment isn't just about personal fulfillment. It's also about recognizing the interconnectedness of all things. The Stoics believe that everything in the universe is interdependent, and by aligning ourselves with this natural order, we contribute to a greater harmony. This might involve making choices that are not only good for ourselves, but also beneficial for others and the world at large. It's about making decisions that resonate with the deepest truths of how the world works. Practically, this can be achieved by paying attention to the signals life sends us. Sometimes we ignore our intuition or the little signs that suggest we're on the right path or a detour. By being more mindful and reflective, we can start to notice these cues and use them as guides. Regular meditation or spending time in nature can help cultivate this awareness, creating quiet spaces in our lives where we can connect with the flow of the universe. Another aspect of aligning with the universe is learning to accept and flow with the changes and challenges that come our way. Stoicism teaches us to embrace whatever happens, both the good and the bad. as part of a larger plan. This doesn't mean being passive. It means actively adapting and finding ways to thrive within the circumstances we find ourselves in. For instance, if you encounter a setback, rather than resisting or lamenting it, you can look for the opportunity it might be presenting. Perhaps it's a chance to learn something new, to develop resilience, or to take your life in a new direction. Change feels like one of those big, intimidating mountains to climb. We're all looking for the shortcut, the quick fix that will change everything in an instant. It's easy to get caught up in the idea that transformation has to happen overnight, that we need to take dramatic leaps or make drastic changes in order to see real progress. I get it. I've been there. You set a goal and at first the excitement is there, the motivation feels like a fire, ready to burn through anything in its way. But after a few days that fire dims and suddenly the whole thing feels too big, too overwhelming, so you stop. But what if I told you that the key to real, lasting change isn't in the grand gestures, but in the tiny, consistent steps? What if the transformation you're looking for was never meant to be a giant leap, but a series of small steps, taken day by day, that build on each other? That's the power of incremental change. It's easy to dismiss small actions as meaningless or too insignificant to make a difference, but it's these very actions that over time compound and create real progress. The first step starts with realizing that real change doesn't happen overnight. It's not about perfection, it's about progression. 7 days might seem like a small amount of time, but it's enough to create the foundation for something greater. In this video, you'll see how simple daily actions, things you can start today, can begin shaping your future self. By the end of the week, you'll begin to notice the shift in your mindset, your energy, and your clarity. Are you ready to see what's possible in just 7 days? Before we begin, please subscribe and tap the notification bell so you never miss out on more amazing videos like this. Let's get started. Micro-learning, making informal learning a daily routine. Staying sharp in today's world feels like a constant battle. We're bombarded by distractions at every turn, social media notifications, the never-ending stream of news, the constant pull of entertainment. It's hard to keep up with everything, let alone take the time to focus on something that truly expands our knowledge. Our attention spans are shorter, our minds pulled in a million directions. And yet, we all know the value of learning, of growing, evolving, and staying curious. But how? How do we make room for that in a world that seems to move faster than we can keep up? That's where the idea of micro-learning comes in. Micro-learning isn't about diving into textbooks or dedicating hours of your day to study. It's about small, bite-sized chunks of knowledge that you can consume daily in the midst of your busy life. We all know that we can't always sit down for an hour-long lecture or spend an entire afternoon reading a book. But what if, instead, you dedicated just 5 to 10 minutes every day to learning something new? You could watch a short video on YouTube about a topic that interests you, listen to a podcast during your morning commute, or read an article while you wait for your coffee. The key is to seek out small, digestible pieces of information that spark your curiosity. This habit doesn't require a huge commitment. It's about building a routine that keeps your mind engaged and open to new ideas. Pick something that piques your interest, whether it's learning about a historical event, discovering new productivity techniques, or exploring a completely new skill. The beauty of micro-learning is its flexibility. You can make it fit into your day, no matter how busy you are. Maybe you listen to a podcast on your lunch break, or watch a quick YouTube video while you unwind in the evening. It doesn't matter when or how long as you make it a regular part of your routine. What does this do for you? Well, aside from keeping your mind sharp, it expands your worldview. It helps you see things from new perspectives, fueling your curiosity and sparking ideas you never would have had otherwise. In a world that often feels overwhelming, microlearning is a powerful tool to stay adaptable and engaged. It's the perfect antidote to mental fatigue because it doesn't require long hours of focus. It's just a few minutes a day, but those minutes add up, building a steady rhythm of growth. Think about it. Over a week, a month, or even a year, those small pieces of knowledge start to accumulate. Suddenly you're more well-read, more knowledgeable, and more confident in your ability to adapt to change. Even when life feels like it's moving at full speed, Micro-learning gives you a chance to catch your breath and keep growing, one small step at a time. And that's the magic of it. When you embrace this habit, you're not just learning facts, you're building a mindset of curiosity and resilience. In a world that constantly demands more of us, micro-learning helps us stay present and evolve without feeling overwhelmed. So, what can you learn today? What's something you've always wanted to explore but never had the time for? Take a few minutes today to dive into that and see how it feels. You'll be surprised by how much it enriches your life and sharpens your mind. One small piece at a time. The key is consistency, and in just 7 days, you'll find that those small steps are already starting to lay the foundation for a more curious, adaptable, and well-informed version of yourself. Embrace the warrior mentality. There's a strange, almost magnetic pull toward comfort, isn't there? We all crave ease, whether it's lounging on the couch after a long day, choosing the path of least resistance, or avoiding those things that make us uncomfortable. And yet, it's when we face discomfort that growth begins. But let's be honest, discomfort feels hard. Whether it's physical, mental, or emotional, it's easy to back away when we feel weak or overwhelmed. Our minds start to convince us that we're not ready, that we're not strong enough. We tell ourselves, I'll do it tomorrow, and in that moment we choose comfort over growth. But what if there was another way? Let's take a look at the warrior mentality. Imagine waking up each day with the mindset of someone who thrives in discomfort, not because it's easy, but because it's necessary. The warrior doesn't run from difficulty, they face it head-on, knowing that every obstacle is an opportunity to grow stronger. The warrior trains their mind to embrace the struggle because they understand that only by pushing beyond their limits can they discover their true potential. This is the mentality that separates those who stay stagnant from those who constantly evolve. It's not about having the best circumstances, it's about having the strength to thrive no matter what the circumstances are. And you can cultivate this strength, one step at a time. For the next 7 days, challenge yourself to take on something difficult, something that makes you uncomfortable. It doesn't have to be the hardest thing you've ever done. The key is to push yourself just beyond your current limits. Maybe you wake up 30 minutes earlier than usual, forcing yourself to start the day with focus and purpose. Perhaps it's committing to a workout that pushes your physical boundaries, or tackling a difficult conversation you've been avoiding. It could even be choosing to sit with your emotions, facing them head-on instead of numbing or running from them. Whatever it is, make it deliberate. Make it a small, actionable step toward embracing discomfort every single day. This practice isn't about being reckless or forcing yourself to endure unnecessary pain. It's about understanding that true growth lies in that space just beyond your comfort zone. Every time you choose to face discomfort, you're building resilience, muscle for the mind and body. The warrior knows that discomfort isn't the enemy, it's the forge where strength is made. Marcus Aurelius, one of the greatest Stoic philosophers, knew this well. He believed that endurance, the ability to withstand difficulty, was a cornerstone of growth. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. This isn't just a quote, it's a philosophy that teaches us to embrace what challenges us, because it's these very challenges that shape our character. So, as you move through this week, remember that every obstacle is a chance to train your mind, harden your spirit, and grow stronger. The discomfort you face is not a signal to stop. It's a sign that you're on the right path. Each time you lean into that discomfort, you're building the resilience that will carry you through anything life throws your way. At the end of the week, you'll look back not just on the hard things you've done, but on the person you've become in the process. Strength is forged in discomfort. The warrior mentality isn't something you're born with. It's something you build, one step at a time. And as you do, you'll find yourself more prepared for whatever challenges lie ahead, knowing that you are capable of much more than you ever imagined. Build discipline through daily practice. We've all been there. Dreaming big, setting lofty goals, and imagining the incredible results we want to see. We get excited, ready to jump in and make a change, but then the hard truth sets in. Results don't happen overnight. The idea of instant transformation, of suddenly being great at something, feels enticing, but it's far from realistic. We want to skip past the struggle and get straight to the end where success is waiting. But facing reality is realizing that success doesn't come from shortcuts. It comes from consistent, daily effort. It comes from the discipline to keep showing up, even when you don't feel like it. Discipline is the key that unlocks all the potential you've been hoping to tap into. I'll give you an example. Think of someone who seems naturally gifted at something. Maybe they're a musician, an athlete, or even a writer. It's easy to assume they were born with that talent. But the truth is, talent only gets you so far. The real difference between those who succeed and those who don't is the commitment to consistent practice. I remember hearing about a musician who was far from the most naturally talented in his class. He didn't have the natural ease others seemed to possess. But what he had was discipline. He practiced relentlessly, every single day. Over time, his commitment turned what seemed like an insurmountable challenge into second nature. The truth is, discipline trumps talent every time. It's the muscle that turns raw potential into results. For the next 7 days, I challenge you to choose one area of your life, whether it's a skill you want to develop, a fitness goal you want to achieve, or a personal habit you want to strengthen, and practice it daily, whether it's 10 minutes or an hour. Make it a non-negotiable part of your routine. It's not about doing it perfectly. It's about showing up and doing the work, even when you don't feel like it. Over the week, you'll start to see the compound effect of your efforts. Small actions, repeated consistently, begin to add up. What seemed like a slow, insignificant effort at first will snowball into something powerful. You'll start to notice improvements in your skill, your focus, and your confidence. That's the beauty of discipline. It doesn't require perfection, only persistence. But discipline isn't just about achieving external results. It's about building character. Every time you choose to practice, you're not just getting better at your chosen skill. You're growing as a person. You're teaching yourself the value of persistence, the power of consistency, and the strength that comes from pushing through resistance. It's a reminder that growth is a process, and perfection is an illusion. You don't need to be perfect to improve. You don't need to get it right every time. What matters is that you show up again and again, trusting that each practice session is a step closer to mastery. Discipline isn't about being the best right now. It's about becoming better than you were yesterday. And when you take that approach, the results will follow naturally and steadily. So let go of the expectation of instant success and embrace the process. The results are inevitable when you commit to the work. Discipline, after all, is the bridge between where you are and where you want to be. Organize your space for greater clarity and productivity. Clutter has a way of creeping into our lives, doesn't it? Whether it's piles of paper on our desks, a chaotic inbox, or a cluttered mind that can't focus for more than a few minutes, the mess adds up. At first it seems harmless, just one more thing to deal with later. But over time, the clutter starts to weigh on us. It distracts us, makes it harder to think clearly, and drains our energy. You've probably experienced this. The more cluttered things get, the more overwhelmed you feel. Your mind mirrors the mess around you, constantly distracted and clouded, making it harder to focus and be productive. It's as if the physical mess outside reflects an internal state of disorganization. So, how do we break free from this constant feeling of overwhelm? The key lies in organizing your environment. The simple act of clearing clutter can do wonders for your mental clarity. When your space is clean, everything becomes easier. You can find what you need quickly. Your mind feels less chaotic. The energy in the room shifts. A tidy space creates room for better thinking. It's no coincidence that when we feel productive, our surroundings tend to be more organized. A well-kept space isn't just about appearances, it's about functionality. It's about reducing distractions so your mind can focus on what truly matters. Organizing your environment isn't just about creating an aesthetically pleasing space. It's about giving yourself the mental clarity to think more clearly, to work with focus, and to live with intention. I'd love to challenge you this coming week to spend just 5-10 minutes a day decluttering or organizing one space in your life. Maybe start with your desk. Clear off papers, organize your files, and give yourself a clean slate to work with. Or tackle your digital space, sort through your emails, delete files you no longer need, and organize your digital folders. Pick one small area each day, and as you declutter, notice how it makes you feel. At first, it might seem like a small, insignificant effort, but as you continue this habit each day, you'll start to see the cumulative impact. Each small act of tidying up creates more room for focus, creativity, and productivity. It's the compound effect of creating an environment where clarity can thrive. As you clear the physical clutter, take a moment to reflect on how it affects your mental state. A clean space doesn't just help you be more productive, it helps you think more clearly. It creates the mental space to focus on what's important. Just like how decluttering a room makes it easier to find what you need, organizing your thoughts and priorities becomes much easier when your environment is clean and intentional. When you make room in your surroundings, you make room in your mind. The less cluttered your environment, the more space you have to focus on your goals, your passions, and your growth. So take the first step. Start with one area today. The small wins will build up, and soon you'll realize that by organizing your space, you've also organized your mind. A clean environment isn't just about external order. It's about creating the mental clarity that leads to true productivity and peace of mind. Exercise to boost body and mind. We've all been there. The gym membership, the workout routine, the motivation that comes in waves and quickly fades. At first, we're determined to make fitness a priority. We set goals, buy the gear, and start off strong. But then, somewhere along the way, it starts to feel like a chore. The motivation wanes, and working out feels like something we have to do rather than something we want to do. It's easy to get caught up in the cycle of pushing through just to check the box. But deep down, we know it's not working. Exercise starts to feel like a burden rather than a gift. So, what if we could change that? What if we could see exercise not just as a physical obligation, but as an opportunity to elevate not only our bodies, but also our minds? Exercise is far more than just a way to stay in shape. It's a powerful tool for mental and emotional well-being. When you move your body, you do more than burn calories and build strength. You're improving your mood, reducing stress, and sharpening your mind. Studies show that regular physical activity boosts brain function, improves memory, and helps with emotional regulation. It's like a reset button for your mind. The endorphins released during exercise can lift your mood, calm your nerves, and increase your sense of focus and clarity. Exercise isn't just about looking better, it's about feeling better, inside and out. It's a connection that many overlook, but when you begin to experience it for yourself, it becomes impossible to ignore. A workout can be the reset your mind needs to tackle life's challenges with resilience and focus. For the next week, commit to starting with just 10 minutes of exercise each day. Keep it simple and achievable. Consistency is more important than intensity right now. Maybe you start with a brisk walk, some body weight exercises like push-ups or squats, or even a quick yoga session. The goal is not to push your limits right away, but to show up every day. Get your body moving, even if it's just for a short time. As you build this habit, try mixing it up to avoid the monotony of doing the same thing every day. Try a new workout style, explore a different activity, or challenge yourself in a new way. The key here is consistency. Don't worry about making it perfect, just commit to doing it daily. Over time, those 10 minutes will feel less like a task and more like a vital part of your routine. As you continue to exercise, think about the bigger picture. Each time you push yourself physically, you're also pushing yourself mentally and emotionally. Exercise builds resilience. It's not just about physical endurance. It's about learning how to push through discomfort, to show up even when you don't feel like it, and to grow through challenges. That moment when you feel like you can't go any further, whether you're running, lifting weights, or stretching, can teach you more about yourself than any other task. The mental toughness you develop in these moments carries over into other areas of life. You learn that you can handle more than you thought. You learn to sit with discomfort, knowing that it's temporary and that growth often comes from pushing beyond what you thought were your limits. So, as you commit to these daily workouts, remember that you're not just training your body. You're strengthening your mind, your emotions, and your resilience. Exercise isn't just physical. It's a tool for becoming the best version of yourself. When you show up for your body, you're also showing up for your mental and emotional growth. The power of small habits. As we reflect on the past week, it's easy to see that small, intentional actions add up in ways we don't always notice at first. Whether it was dedicating a few minutes each day to learning something new, embracing discomfort to build resilience, committing to daily practice, organizing your space for clarity, or incorporating exercise to strengthen both body and mind, each of these habits has laid the groundwork for something bigger. The key takeaway here is simple. 7 days, while short, is more than enough to get the ball rolling. It's the start of a journey, not the end. These small habits are like seeds that, with consistency, will grow into something meaningful and life-changing. But don't stop here. As you continue to integrate these habits into your routine, you'll begin to notice not just changes in the external world around you, but internal shifts as well. Each day you show up for yourself. Each time you decide to practice discipline, push through discomfort, or make space for growth, you're creating momentum. The beauty of momentum is that once it's in motion, it becomes easier to keep going. Each step forward builds on the one before, creating a ripple effect of change. It's not about achieving perfection or expecting instant results. It's about committing to the process, trusting that each small action compounds over time, leading to lasting transformation. Change, as we know, is rarely immediate, and it's certainly not always linear. But every day you put in the effort, you're reinforcing the foundation of a better version of yourself. The work you put in now is what will pay off in the future. So, keep going. We often neglect the one person who is with us every step of the way, ourselves. It's easy to fall into the rhythm of solving problems for others and being a pillar of strength. Yet, when the curtains close and we're left in the quiet of our own company, the silence can be overwhelming. Stoicism reminds us that we are the masters of our own inner fortress, and the care we afford ourselves should be as rigorous and disciplined as a soldier preparing for battle. This isn't about indulgence, it's about survival. It's about ensuring that our energy, peace, and well-being are protected with the vigilance of a seasoned general who knows that the strength of an empire depends upon the resilience of its leader. As we delve into today's discussion on making ourselves a priority, remember, if this resonates with you, a simple free favor you could do is hit the subscribe button. Don't skip any part of the video. Every piece of wisdom here builds on the last, creating a blueprint for not just surviving, but thriving on your own terms. Join me on this journey, and let's explore these historical teachings together. Let's embrace Stoicism, not just as a philosophy, but as a daily practice to secure our personal well-being. Think about how many promises you've made to yourself and broken. How often have you planned to exercise, go to bed earlier, or eat healthier, only to let something else take priority? Now consider, if a friend behaved this way toward you, would you still trust them? Often we are the first to break promises to ourselves because we believe there are no consequences. Yet the real consequence is a profound lack of self-respect. If you want to inspire respect and take control of your life, you must start with respecting yourself. Whether you aim for better health, more wealth, inner peace, or greater discipline, maintaining your commitments is essential. Temporary changes won't suffice. Marcus Aurelius, despite ruling an empire and facing constant wars and betrayals, diligently recorded his reflections and flaws daily. He never outsourced his personal growth or discipline. This dedication to self-improvement begs the question: do you treat yourself as a priority, or are you neglecting your personal evolution, treating it as something that can be indefinitely postponed? The first commitment must be to yourself, not your boss, not your friends, and not your family. If you promise to rise early, then rise. If you commit to a project, see it through. Every time you break a promise to yourself, you reinforce a self-image of unworthiness and unreliability. But when you honor your commitments, you will notice a significant boost in self-esteem. You'll feel more in control, realizing you don't need external motivation. Your commitment is enough. This is the essence of discipline, acting not out of immediate desire, but from a deep-seated decision to respect yourself. The world will indeed test this commitment. There will always be distractions, easier paths, excuses. But in these moments you must decide, will you default to excuses, or will you fulfill your commitments? Remember, Stoicism teaches that we control only our actions, our responses. You might not control the circumstances around you, but you can always control how you react. The moment to act, the opportunity to uphold your commitments is now. Not tomorrow, not when conditions are perfect, because such a moment doesn't exist. So, what have you been postponing? What promise to yourself have you left unfulfilled? Whether it's something as simple as reading a transformative book, or as significant as starting a new project or breaking a bad habit, start now. Each day you delay is a day not lived to its fullest. Remember, the strength of a person is not determined by their talent, intelligence, or luck, but by their commitment to themselves. Today, make a pact to never again disrespect your own word, to never treat your commitments lightly, and to never see yourself as unimportant. Life does not send rescues. No one will come to take you by the hand and lead you to your desired destination. Stoicism clearly teaches that you are solely responsible for the direction of your own existence. Waiting for someone to guide you for the perfect moment or for an external solution is simply a waste of time. Marcus Aurelius emphasized that the only things within your power, your actions and decisions, are what truly matter. He cautioned against fretting over the injustice of others, luck, or the past, all of which are beyond your control. Many people live as if they are mere passengers in their own lives, passively waiting for fate to be kind or for someone else to solve their problems. This passive approach is a trap. Each day spent waiting is a day not truly lived. Life rewards action, not hesitation. While some may freeze in the face of uncertainty, others move forward despite not having all the answers. The latter group reaches further, proving that true strength lies in decisiveness, not in complete certainty. To lead your own life effectively, you must stop outsourcing your decisions to others and relying on their opinion. Abandon the naive notion that someone else will resolve your challenges. The world does not cater to our grievances or change just because we feel wronged. Reality marches on regardless of our involvement. Consider a ship adrift at sea, aimlessly pushed by the waves, an apt metaphor for someone who does not take charge of their life. Now contrast this with a seasoned navigator who, despite not controlling the storm, skillfully steers their ship, adjusting sails and tackling the waves head-on. This is the essence of leading your own life. Assuming this responsibility might seem burdensome, but in truth, it is liberating. Understanding that no one else can make your decisions or fight your battles frees you from the need to please others and from the fear of making mistakes. Stoicism teaches us to be emotionally self-sufficient, making choices based on personal integrity rather than the need for external approval. What distinguishes a fulfilling life from an empty one is the ability to make conscious choices, deciding what to tolerate, what thoughts to nurture, and what boundaries to set. If you do not actively make these choices, others will make them for you, often leading to a life that feels out of control and unfulfilling. Leading your life requires a daily commitment to this mindset, continually reminding yourself that you hold the ultimate responsibility for your path. While you may seek advice and learn from others, ultimately, the decisions are yours to make. If you don't take ownership of your life, be assured someone else will. Time waits for no one. Every morning, a new day dawns, ripe with choices and paths to be taken. Yet, many fail to realize that if they don't define their priorities, the world will. Living reactively, people often find themselves swayed by external demands and distractions, pulled in directions they never consciously chose, becoming mere pawns on another's chessboard. The reality is stark. Many believe they control their destiny, yet their days are cluttered with unchosen obligations and urgent but unimportant tasks. This scenario unfolds not by chance, but by failing to set personal priorities. Whether it's a demanding job, societal expectations, or mere procrastination, these forces conspire to waste our time on trivialities. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic luminary, understood that life's brevity meant each moment had to be used wisely. He knew that focus determines reality. Without direction, we drift aimlessly, like a leaf in the wind. His discipline in choosing priorities was not just about productivity, but a matter of honor, preserving the precious commodity of time. Historically, the great achievers weren't those who busied themselves with everything, but those who focused on what truly mattered. They eliminated the irrelevant, zeroing in on their true objectives. Today, however, many live on autopilot, inundated by a deluge of notifications and distractions, making it a near Herculean task to maintain focus. The danger is in the realization coming too late. Years pass, filled with regret for not taking control sooner, for spending more time solving others' problems than pursuing personal dreams. Stoicism teaches us to live each day as if it were our last, valuing the present and ensuring our actions are meaningful. Setting priorities is challenging. It requires effort to swim against the current of conformity, to make decisions that carve a distinct path rather than follow the crowd. True clarity about what matters simplifies choices. It leads to rejecting unnecessary engagements and focusing on actions that build toward real goals. Discovering what deserves priority starts with honest reflection, considering what changes would genuinely enhance your life. It means being ruthless in cutting out the superfluous and focusing on what's truly essential. By consciously setting your priorities, you're choosing to say no to distractions and yes to your life. Each day is a blank slate. If you don't decide how to fill it, others will. The Stoics knew that wisdom lies in controlling what we can, our time and our actions. They implored us to choose intentionally before circumstances choose for us. Every day, many people find themselves merely reacting to their surroundings, buffeted by the whims of external forces. Whether it's a rude remark that stirs anger, a traffic jam that breeds impatience, or bad news that saps spirits, reactions often seem automatic and out of control. But living this way means never truly holding the reins of your own life. The Stoics, including Marcus Aurelius, understood this deeply. They believed that to live a fulfilling life one must not avoid challenges, since difficulties are inevitable, but should learn not to be governed by knee-jerk reactions. Marcus Aurelius, ruling over a vast empire, could not afford the luxury of reactive leadership. His strength came from a deliberate approach to action, a profound understanding that he must choose responses based on wisdom, not whim. The contrast between those who lead their lives and those who merely react is stark. Reactors are constantly at the mercy of external conditions, scrambling to address issues after they arise, often feeling victimized by their circumstances. However, true leaders shape their own paths. They anticipate challenges and set a proactive course for their lives. If you've ever felt upset by unexpected events or minor irritations, it's likely because reactive living grants these externalities power over your inner peace. Remember, the world is inherently imperfect, filled with challenges and provocations. The key is to change not the world around you, but how you respond to it. Consider a storm. Many panic, driven by fear into futile actions, while the steady, those who lead, assess the situation and make calculated decisions. They face the storm not with fear, but with strategy and resolve. Leading your life means crafting a plan, setting your direction based on enduring values rather than fleeting emotions. Those on autopilot, who react without thought, are often manipulated by the agendas of others, through media, societal pressure, or even social net. Choosing to lead rather than react means declaring that your life will not be dictated by external forces. It involves strategic decision-making, a refusal to let frustrations dictate your reactions. History's great leaders and thinkers weren't impulsive. They maintained their composure and clarity even amidst chaos. Now, ask yourself, are you living by your principles, or are you reacting to the world around you? Are you making conscious choices, or are you merely trying to keep up with life's demands? True change starts when you realize that not every provocation requires a response, and not every challenge must deplete your energy. If you find yourself constantly putting out fires, consider whether you're letting external factors steer your life's direction. Stoicism teaches us that we control only our actions and responses, nothing more. This means you have the power to choose calm over agitation, solutions over despair, and progress over stagnation. Time is relentless. It doesn't pause or look back. While it passes, those who lead with intention carve out meaningful existences, moving steadily toward their goals. In contrast, those who react drift along, often looking back with regret at time misspent. Not all battles in life are fought against external forces. Often, they are within the circles we choose, among people we share our days with. Unfortunately, not everyone in our lives serves to strengthen, support, or inspire us. Some may subtly drain our energy, diminish our motivation, and undermine our confidence, pulling us back rather than propelling us forward. Stoicism teaches us to protect our minds from factors beyond our control, including the negative influences of those around us. Seneca, a Stoic philosopher, cautioned about the company we keep, noting that the wrong associates can corrupt even the strongest spirits. Reflect on this. If someone consistently devalues your achievements, ridicules your dreams, or undermines your self-esteem, why allow them space in your life? The time spent with such individuals is time stolen from your personal development, a high price to pay for relationships that offer nothing positive. Often, the fear of loneliness drives people to cling to toxic relationships or unfulfilling friendships. However, consider what is worse: being alone temporarily while you strengthen your resolve, or continuously being surrounded by those who sap your energy and stunt your growth. Loneliness, when embraced, can be a powerful phase of empowerment, while the wrong company can act as a silent prison, trapping you in mediocrity. Remember, protecting your energy is not an act of selfishness, it's a necessary form of self-preservation. You cannot support everyone, and you should not have to convince anyone of your worth. Your personal growth does not require anyone's approval. True supporters will encourage your development without conditions. Marcus Aurelius, faced with envy and manipulation, never allowed external criticisms to sway him from his path. He remained focused on what was truly important, his values, his duties, and his personal growth. Like him, you must assess the influence of those around you. Do they help you grow, or do they hold you back? Are they sources of inspiration or sources of doubt? If the influence is negative, consider distancing yourself. This doesn't mean you must end relationships abruptly or create conflict. Instead, realign your priorities quietly. Spend your time with those who enrich your life and engage in activities that contribute to your growth. Be vigilant about protecting your energy as diligently as you guard your time and your thoughts. If someone consistently undermines your confidence or questions your efforts, it's time to evaluate their role in your life. True progress requires letting go of burdens that aren't yours to carry. Choose the company you keep with care. They have a significant impact on your life's trajectory. The most decisive battles are not waged on a physical battlefield, but within the confines of your own mind. Your thoughts directly influence how you feel, act, and perceive your potential. A mind plagued by insecurity, doubt, and self-sabotage predestines you for defeat before you even engage with the world. The Stoics, particularly Epictetus, taught that we are not disturbed by events themselves, but by the views we adopt about them. It's not the obstacles that define us, it's how we interpret them. Consider the process of a blacksmith forging a blade. The metal isn't born sharp, it is heated, hammered, and honed with precision. Similarly, your mind requires regular conditioning to remain sharp. Neglected, it can become as ineffective as a rusty blade, unfit for the battles of life. Those who train their bodies yet neglect their minds might appear strong, but they often falter under pressure due to internal fragility, manifesting as fear of failure, paralysis under stress, or chronic self-doubt. Your reality is sculpted by the thoughts you nurture. A mindset steeped in defeatism leads to a life lived in the shadows of failure. Conversely, a mind trained for resilience, strategy, and optimism can withstand the greatest of life's challenges. The good news is that the power to reshape your mind is entirely in your hands. Thoughts, like muscles, strengthen with consistent exercise. Focus on fostering mental patterns that empower and support your aspirations. A well-trained mind can manage doubt and fear without being overwhelmed by them. It possesses the clarity to use every experience as a stepping stone toward growth. The Stoics believed that while the world could strip you of material possessions and external stability, your thoughts remain inviolably yours. Therefore, the real question is whether you are actively fortifying your mental fortitude or allowing it to degrade in an autopilot existence. Many accept limiting beliefs without scrutiny. I'm not good enough, I always fail, or this won't work for me. These negative scripts often stem not from factual assessments, but from past hurts and the projected opinions of others. A robust mind challenges these narratives, evaluating and rejecting them if they don't align with reality. Consider what your mind has been absorbing. Are your thoughts reinforcing your strengths, or are they eroding your confidence? Remember, the true battlefield lies within, and victory is determined not by external circumstances, but by internal resilience. Take charge of your cognitive processes. Don't let your mind become your adversary. Instead, cultivate it as your ally, one that propels you toward your goals with precision and positivity. The outcomes you experience in life are reflections of the thoughts you choose to entertain and believe. Solitude is often misunderstood. Far from being a sign of weakness, it is a profound source of strength. In our noise-filled world, we are taught to view being alone as a problem, a symbol of failure or abandonment. Yet history's greatest minds, from Stoic philosophers to visionary leaders, have recognized solitude as a vital opportunity for growth and self-discovery. The Stoics, in particular, valued solitude not as a curse, but as a precious gift. Marcus Aurelius, surrounded by the demands of his empire, cherished his moments alone for reflection. Epictetus, from his humble beginnings as a slave to becoming a revered philosopher, emphasized the importance of finding peace within oneself rather than seeking it through others. Seneca, through his letters, spoke of how true loneliness isn't about the absence of others, but the inability to be comfortable in one's own company. When you learn to be alone without feeling lonely, you unlock a transformative power. Solitude becomes not just a momentary retreat, but a space to engage deeply with your own thoughts, to reflect on your actions, and to plan your future. It is here in the quiet that you can truly listen to your own voice and forge a formidable inner strength that external circumstances cannot shake. Many avoid solitude, fearing the discomfort it may bring, filling their lives with endless distractions, social media, entertainment, and superficial interactions to escape facing themselves. But avoidance keeps you weak. It leaves you unprepared for life's inevitable challenges. Being alone should not be equated with being lost. On the contrary, it offers a unique chance to find yourself, to understand your desires, and to cultivate resilience. Consider this: the most intense growth often occurs not in the presence of others, but in the solitude of one's mind. Like warriors who train away from the battlefield, individuals who embrace solitude use it to sharpen their minds and fortify their spirits. They emerge not only ready to face the world, but also to shape it according to their vision. The challenge, then, is not to avoid solitude, but to embrace it, to see it as a vital phase of self-development where you can establish a foundation of self-sufficiency. This doesn't mean cutting off relationships or eschewing social interactions, but rather ensuring that your relationship with yourself is the core from which strength radiates. In the silence of being alone, ask yourself, are you comfortable with who you are? Are you ready to use this time not as a punishment, but as a profound period of personal growth? Those who master solitude master themselves and become truly unshakable, no matter what life throws their way. Respect is not something you can buy, demand, or plead for. It must be earned. But crucially, it can only be genuinely received from those who respect themselves. Expecting respect from someone who lives in neglect of their own worth is an exercise in futility. The Stoics taught us to focus on what we can control and to disregard the rest. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, emphasized acting with justice, integrity, and wisdom, irrespective of how others treat us, highlighting that those who do not respect themselves are often unable to genuinely respect others. Reflect on the times you felt disappointment from not receiving the acknowledgement you deserve. Consider the energy and time spent seeking approval from those who do not even value themselves. Such efforts are doomed from the start. Respect mirrors the appreciation visible within one's self. It cannot be forced from those who have none for themselves. Many try to win over individuals who undervalue everything. They fail to understand, however, that you may appear as a threat rather than a figure deserving respect to someone entrenched in mediocrity and self-pity. Those lacking principles might feel threatened by your discipline and integrity, responding not with respect, but with minimization or ridicule. The Stoic way teaches us to pick our battles wisely. It is ineffective and exhausting to seek respect from those incapable of giving it. Your role is not to educate everyone on the virtues of principled living, but to embody those virtues yourself without seeking external validation. When you cease to seek respect from those who cannot offer it, you empower yourself. You realize that the only respect that truly matters is the respect you hold for yourself. This internal respect fosters true strength and independence. The Stoics lived this truth. They did not court external approval but found satisfaction in living righteously according to their own moral standards. This realization liberates you. No longer will you expend energy trying to change perceptions that are immovable. Instead, you will live freely, guided by your values and principles, not swayed by the need for external affirmation. True respect starts from within and radiates outward. When you respect yourself and live unapologetically according to your principles, you become truly unshakable. Ask yourself, are you living for the recognition of others, or are you living a life true to your values? Remember, the respect that counts the most is the respect you earn from yourself. Do not waste time on those who have not learned to see their own value. Continue to be steadfast, integral, and forward-moving. True confidence doesn't happen by accident, nor does it suddenly manifest when you need it most. It is meticulously crafted during unseen moments through silent preparation, unnoticed decisions, and seemingly insignificant daily habits that ultimately shape who you are. Many mistakenly believe that confidence springs forth from external recognition, opportunities, or overcoming challenges. However, real confidence stems from actions taken when no one is watching. A warrior's strength isn't proven on the battlefield alone, nor does a speaker's eloquence emerge solely before an audience. Just as a wise person's wisdom isn't confined to moments of decision, all these traits are the results of what has been diligently built in private. The Stoics, including Marcus Aurelius and Epictetus, emphasize that strength is cultivated through routine and discipline, not spontaneous acts of heroism. They knew that the foundation of a resilient life is laid away from the public eye. If you aspire to be formidable when the world challenges you, your discipline must be consistent during moments of solitude. The way you perform when everyone is watching is a direct reflection of what you've practiced in privacy. If your daily life is riddled with procrastination and half-hearted commitments, you'll find yourself unprepared for critical moments. Conversely, if you establish robust habits, train your mind for resilience, and maintain unwavering discipline, you'll be equipped to handle any adversity. Self-confidence doesn't arise from superficial praise or accolades. It is born from the deep-seated knowledge that you are well prepared. It is knowing that you've addressed and conquered your weaknesses long before they ever have a chance to be exposed publicly. Your self-assurance is built on the countless times you've chosen to act with integrity rather than take the easy way out, reinforcing to yourself that you are capable and ready. The challenge many face is desiring the fruits of confidence without investing in the roots of preparation. They wish to feel powerful without engaging in the hard work that true strength requires. Life, however, doesn't reward the unprepared. The Stoics were clear. Consistent preparation is the key to enduring any of life's trials. By practicing self-discipline daily and pushing your limits in private, you ensure you are ready for whatever comes your way. Ask yourself, what are you doing when no one's looking? How are you shaping your mind, your character, your resilience? Are you actively preparing or merely hoping that confidence will find you unbidden? Remember, the most critical work happens offstage. In the quiet moments of preparation, you forge the steel of your spirit, ready to shine when the spotlight finds you. True confidence is not about boasting or believing blindly that things will work out. It's about knowing with quiet certainty that you are prepared for anything life throws at you. It's the peace that comes from having done the work, even when no one else was watching. Motivation is transient, often seen as essential for success but truly unreliable when it matters most. It provides an initial spark, yet fades quickly, leaving you stranded on challenging days. This is why relying solely on motivation can be detrimental to achieving long-term goals. The Stoics, understanding the deceptive nature of motivation, relied instead on discipline, commitment, and the cultivation of steadfast habits. Epictetus emphasized the daily practice of virtues, not just when convenient. Marcus Aurelius, even in his role as emperor, acted not out of motivation but from a sense of duty, knowing well that waiting for motivation is a trap. Success isn't a result of fleeting emotions, but the product of habits practiced consistently, regardless of one's emotional state. Consider a warrior preparing for battle, who doesn't train only when motivated. They train relentlessly to ensure readiness, regardless of their mood. Life demands the same discipline, regular action, irrespective of desire. Building something substantial, be it a personal goal or a professional project, requires consistency that outlasts momentary motivation. Habit formation is crucial, as it underpins any significant achievement. Actions should stem from a commitment to these habits, not the whims of feeling inspired. Many fail because they are conditioned to act only when they feel right, a notion that undermines the very essence of discipline. The The Stoic philosophy teaches that self-control and habitual action are paramount and far superior to being driven by fleeting emotions. Motivation may waver like a flickering flame, but a well-established habit burns steadily, providing continuous momentum. Reflect on whether your actions are motivated by fleeting emotions or grounded in robust habits. The path to success is paved with consistent, disciplined actions that become second nature, reinforcing your progress regardless of external conditions. In a world where almost everything is just a click away from being public knowledge, what if I told you that the most empowering thing you could do is keep a secret, not just any secret, but the personal milestones, the quiet victories that are yours and yours alone? We often forget that before the digital age, privacy was a cherished treasure. Stoicism teaches us the value of the inner self, the part of us that doesn't need applause to thrive. It's about understanding that some of the most significant battles we face are fought in the silence of our minds, and not every one of those needs to be a headline in our social feeds. As we dive into today's discussion, think about the last time you chose not to share something on social media. How did it feel? Liberating? A little rebellious, maybe? That's because you exercised a choice that goes against the grain of our share everything culture. You tapped into a story principle that's about as old as philosophy itself, the notion that not everything we do or think needs validation from the outside world. Now, if you appreciate what we're exploring here, a simple free favor you can do is hit the subscribe button. Today we're going to unpack why choosing what to share and what to keep to ourselves isn't just an act of privacy, it's an act of power. By the end of our talk, you might just see your quiet, unshed moments as the gold they truly are. So, let's get into it. When we talk about our personal values, we're diving into some of the most intimate aspects of who we are. These aren't just the standards we hold for our actions. They're the core beliefs that dictate every decision, every reaction, and how we perceive the world around us. Now, consider for a moment how value guide us through the chaos of everyday life. Stoicism teaches that it's not the events themselves, but our responses to them that shape our lives. Our values are our chosen responses, the paths we tread even when storms rage. They anchor us, giving us resilience against what we can't control. For example, if one of your core values is integrity, this will influence how you react when faced with a challenging decision at work or in personal relationships. It becomes your inner compass. During this, no matter the external pressures, you remain true to your course. But how do we identify these core values? It's one thing to list desirable qualities like courage, honesty, or loyalty, but understanding what truly resonates with our deepest self requires inner honesty. Understanding what truly resonates with our deepest self requires inner honesty. This is where Stoic exercises can be incredibly beneficial. They encourage us to reflect on our daily experiences and evaluate our reactions. Did I act out of fear or with courage? Was I honest even when it was difficult? These reflections help us see not just who we are, but who we aspire to be, allowing us to line our actions with our true nature. Stoicism doesn't just stop at knowing your value. It pushes for consistency between your value and your actions. This alignment is crucial because it's easy to claim a value. It's much harder to live it out, especially when tested. Stoics propose exercises like the evening reflection, where you review your day's actions and assess whether they were in line with your values. This practice doesn't just reinforce good behaviors. It also helps root out the inconsistencies, giving us a chance to course correct. Now, living in line with your values is undoubtedly rewarding, but it's not without its challenges. The modern world constantly bombards us with messages that can cloud our judgment or lead us astray. Social media, peer pressure, and even advertising can subtly shift our focus from our values to more superficial metrics of success, like wealth, fame, or physical appearance. Stoicism teaches us to recognize these external influences and separate them from our internal dialogue, which is essential in maintaining our path and not getting lost in others' expectations. Why is this alignment so vital? Because it ultimately leads to a more fulfilling and peaceful life. When our actions don't match our values, We feel it deep down, a kind of moral dissidence that can lead to stress, unhappiness, and even depression. But when they do land, there's a profound sense of peace and satisfaction that comes from knowing you are living true to yourself, regardless of external circumstances. This journey towards understanding and living your values isn't just about personal satisfaction, though it impacts everyone around you. When you live by your values consistently, you become a beacon for others. You inspire those who might still be searching for their path, and you offer a model of ingratitude and strength in a world that often values the opposite. Diving deep into what really makes us tick isn't just an exercise for philosophers or the introspective few, it's something that can benefit us all. Think about it like this. Identifying your core values is akin to mapping out the territory of your soul. It's about understanding the landscape of your inner world, which in turn shapes how you navigate the external world. And while it might sound like a hefty task, it's one that Stoicism, with its focus on self-awareness and wisdom, tackles head-on. Now, the process of figuring out these core values isn't about picking from a pre-made list. It's much more personal and profound than that. It involves a deep and honest look at what drives your decisions and actions at a fundamental level. What principles make you feel most alive? Which values, when you act on them, make you feel like you're being most true to yourself? These aren't questions that can be answered quickly. They require reflection, perhaps through journaling or meditation, both practices highly regarded in Stoic philosophy for their power to reveal our true natures. Stoicism teaches us that wisdom comes from within, from understanding our own virtues and how they connect to the universal virtues of wisdom, courage, justice, and moderation. By identifying our core values, we're not just making a list, we're committing to a life that seeks to harmonize our actions with these virtues. For example, if you value honesty, then living truthfully in all your dealings is a way to practice the Stoic virtue of justice, aligning your personal values with a broader ethical framework. Furthermore, it's important to realize that our values can evolve as we grow and experience more of life. What we hold important may shift. This is where Stoicism offers another valuable tool. The practice of constant Stoics advocate for regular periods of reflection to reassess our values and ensure they still represent who we are and who we want to be. This isn't about inconsistency, it's about growth. As you face new challenges or learn from past experiences, your understanding of what matters most can deepen, leading to a more nuanced appreciation of your values. And let's talk about how these values play out in the real world. Identifying your core values has practical benefits that extend far beyond personal satisfaction. It affects your relationships, career choices, and even day-to-day decisions. When you know your core values, you can choose paths that align with your principles, leading to greater fulfillment and less regret. You'll be less likely to find yourself in situations that compromise your integrity or leave you feeling out of place. So, how can you start identifying these core values? Begin by considering times when you felt particularly full or right about a decision. What was driving that feeling? Was it a commitment to fairness, a desire to be creative, a need to challenge yourself, or perhaps a commitment to loyalty? Also, consider the opposite. Situations that made you deeply uncomfortable are just as telling. Often they signal a violation of a core value. It might seem like a buzzword at times, but light management, matching what we do with what we believe, is one of those pivotal ingredients in a life that feels genuinely fulfilling and authentic. When our actions and our values are in sync, there's a kind of harmony that permeates everything we do, from the way we interact with others to the personal goals we set and strive to achieve. In the realm of Stoicism, this line is not just recommended, it's considered essential to living a virtuous life, one that is consistent and true to oneself. So why does this alignment matter so much? Think about the internal conflict that arises when we act in ways that contradict our core beliefs. It's uncomfortable, isn't it? There's a discord, a nagging sense of being out of step with ourselves. Stoicism teaches us that peace of mind comes from living a unified life, a life where our thoughts, actions, and values are all pulling in the same direction. The ancient Stoics believed that dissonance between these elements leads to turmoil within the soul, while alignment brings tranquility. Consider the Stoic idea of living according to nature, your own nature and the nature of the world. This means understanding who you are and what you stand for, and then acting in ways that are congruent with that understanding. When there is a clear line between your beliefs and your actions, decision-making becomes more straightforward. Stress levels drop and confidence grows because you are no longer at war with yourself. You're not pretending to be someone else or living by someone else's rules. You're being fundamentally true to your own values and principles. This alignment also impacts how we relate to others and navigate the world. When you live in alignment with your values, people know what you stand for. This transparency builds trust and respect, qualities that are crucial in both personal and professional relationships. It also makes you a stable and predictable partner, friend, or leader, not murkier or inconsistent, but reliable and steadfast. Moreover, living in alignment attracts others with similar values, creating a support network of like-minded individuals who reinforce and share your commitment to certain principles. The process of achieving and maintaining alignment isn't always easy, particularly in a society that often values expediency over it. It requires a constant process of self-examination and adjustment. Reminiscent of the Stoic practice of the evening review, at the end of each day, Stoics reflect on the actions of the day, asking yourself, did my actions today reflect my core values? Where did I fall short, and how can I improve tomorrow? This practice isn't about self-reflection, self-excellence, but about self-improvement and realigning our daily actions with our deeper value. Moreover, active life offers a deeper sense of satisfaction with life. There's a profound joy and peace that comes from knowing you're living in a way that's true to your deepest beliefs. This isn't the fleeting happiness that comes from external achievements or the approval of others, but a dailable, enduring contentment that sustains through life's ups and downs. It's the kind of happiness that Stoics aim for, a happiness based on virtue and self-consistency. In a broader sense, living with alignment helps us navigate life's challenges with greater resilience. When we face tough choices or adversity, being anchored in our values provides a guidepost for action that feels right, even when the right action is difficult. It enables us to act with courage and integrity because we're not just reacting to external circumstances. We're responding in a way that's consistent with our deepest self. Sticking to your core values sounds straightforward when you're in a calm, controlled environment, right? But let's face it, life isn't a controlled environment. Life is unpredictable, messy, and full of temptations and pressures that can easily veer us off course. This is where the real challenge comes in, maintaining that limit between what we believe and how we act when the world around us seems intent on touching those beliefs at every turn. One of the primary hurdles we face in staying aligned is the external pressure to conform, whether it's from our social circles, workplace, or society at large. There's often a strong push to fit in. This can mean adopting behaviors or making choices that don't match up with our internal compass. The Stoics were well aware of this challenge and emphasized the importance of fortitude and personal integrity in the face of societal norms. They advocated for a kind of moral courage, the courage to stand firm in your convictions, even when doing so might make you stand out or swim against the current. Another significant challenge is the complexity of modern life. We are bombarded with choices and information, and often the right path isn't clear. It can be tough to discern which actions lie with our values, especially when those values might conflict with each other, or when the consequences of our choices are uncertain. Stoicism offers a tool here as well, the practice of reflection and contemplation. By taking the time to reflect on our decisions and their alignment with our values, we can navigate complex situations more effectively. This reflection also involves being honest with ourselves about our mindset and the potential impacts of our actions during that our choices are not only intentional, but also informed. Additionally, there's the issue of short-term dishonor clashing with long-term values. In moments of weakness or stress, it's all too easy to give in to impulses that might lead us away from our principles. Here, the Stoic practice of self-discipline and control over one's passions comes into play. Stoics believe that by mastering our impulses, we can ensure that our actions remain in line with our deeper values, rather than being derailed by feeling desire. Maintaining alignment requires continuous effort and vigilance. It's not a set-it-and-forget-it kind of deal. Our environments change, we evolve, and our understanding of our values can deepen over time. This dynamic nature of life means that staying aligned is an ongoing process of adjustment and realignment. It requires us to be perpetually mindful and proactive about our choices, a concept that is at the very heart of Stoic philosophy. Sometimes the challenge also comes from within, in the form of self-doubt or lack of self-awareness. It's possible to be sincere in our intent to live according to our values, but misguided in our execution. This might be due to blind spots in our self-awareness or misunderstandings about what our values truly imply for our behavior. Stoicism encourages us to seek wisdom continually, not just about the world, but also about ourselves. This includes recognizing and confronting our limitations and biases, and being open to learning and growth. In facing these challenges, it's crucial not to be too hard on ourselves when we falter. The Stoic path isn't about achieving perfection, but striving toward becoming better versions of ourselves. Each challenge offers a new opportunity to strengthen our commitment to our values and to practice the virtues that Stoics hold dear: wisdom, justice, courage, and moderation. When it comes to keeping our actions in sync with our values, it's often easier said than done, right? Even with the best intentions, the hectic pace of daily life can sometimes scatter our focus. Luckily, there are some practical, down-to-earth strategies we can adopt to help ensure we stay on track. These substances or acting on them becomes second nature. First up, let's talk about setting clear, actionable goals that reflect our core values. It's like giving yourself a roadmap where each milestone is aligned with your deeper beliefs. Say one of your values is compassion. You might set a goal to volunteer a certain number of hours each month. This isn't just about doing good deeds. It's about embodying into your life in a tangible way. Similarly, if integrity is a key value for you, your goals might include always being transparent in your communications at work, even when the truth is uncomfortable. Another powerful strategy is to create daily rituals that reinforce your values. The Stoics were big on routines that helped them embody their philosophy. For instance, you might start your day with a few minutes of reflection on what your values are and how you intend to demonstrate them throughout the day. This could be as simple as a morning meditation or journaling session where you set your intentions to be patient, frugal, or whatever else aligns with your values. Reflection is key here, and it's something the Stoics practiced diligently. They believed in the importance of examining one's actions at the end of each day to see if they lived up to their ideals. You can adopt this practice by taking time each evening to review your day. What did you do that was in line with your values? Where did you fall short, and how can you improve tomorrow? This isn't about beating yourself up over mistakes, but about acknowledging where you can do better. Accountability partners can also play a crucial role in maintaining alignment. Share your goals and how they relate to your values with a friend or a mentor who can help keep you honest. Just like a workout buddy can motivate you to hit the gym, an accountability partner can help keep your actions aligned with your values. They can offer a fresh perspective when you're facing challenges and celebrity with you when you successfully embody your values. Incorporating visual reminders of your values into your environment can also be incredibly effective. This could be as simple as posting quotes that resonate with your values around your workspace or home. Each time you see these reminders, they can serve as a prompt to act in ways that reflect your deepest beliefs. For instance, a Stoic might keep a symbol that represents tranquility, an essential aspect of Stoic calm in their living space, to continually remind them of their commitment to maintaining inner peace despite external chaos. Practicing mindfulness can enhance your ability to live according to your values. Mindfulness helps you become more aware of your thoughts and actions in the moment, allowing you to make choices that are more deliberate and aligned. When you're mindful, you're not operating on autopilot. Instead, you're fully present and making conscious decisions that reflect your values, which is a core aspect of Stoic living. Learning to confidently say no is like developing a superpower in today's yes-centric world. It's not just about turning down invitations or requests. It's a profound act of self-respect and a crucial component of living a life aligned with your values. Think of it this way. Every time you say no to something that doesn't align with your core beliefs, you're actually saying yes to your own priorities, health, and well-being. But saying no isn't always easy. We're often conditioned to avoid it for fear of seeming rude, unhelpful, or selfish. Hence, Stoicism offers a counter to this mindset by emphasizing the virtue of wisdom, knowing when different choices serve our higher goals. When you say no to demands that clash with your values, you're actually exercising practical wisdom. You're making a deliberate choice to honor your commitments to yourself and your vision of the good life. One effective strategy to say no with confidence is to be clear about your reasons, both to yourself and to others. When you understand and can articulate why something doesn't align with your values, it becomes much easier to communicate that decision succinctly. For example, if you value personal growth and someone incites you to a project that you know will lead nowhere, explaining your focus on meaningful projects can help both you and the other party understand your refusal. Another key aspect is to practice assertiveness. Being assertive doesn't mean being regressive. It's about being firm and straightforward in your communication. It's perfectly okay to say, "I appreciate your thinking of me, but I can't commit to this right now." Or, "This isn't right for me, but thank you for the offer." These responses show respect for both yourself and the person making the request, maintaining the relationship while still standing your ground. It's also important to normalize saying no for yourself. The more you practice, the easier it becomes. Start with small things, like declining an extra responsibility at work when your plate is already full, or saying no to a social event when you need time to recharge. As you grow more accustomed to pushing back against smaller demands, you'll build the confidence to say no in more significant, regardless-stake situations. Moreover, remember that saying no can sometimes lead to feelings of guilt or worry about missing out. Here, Stoicism teaches us to focus on our inner state and not be troubled by external judgments or fears. Reflect on the tranquility and freedom that come from making decisions aligned with your personal philosophy, rather than decisions driven by anxiety or a desire for approval. Consider the long-term benefits of saying no. Each time you make a choice that aligns with your values, you reinforce your identity and integrity. This not only builds your confidence, but also strengthens your reputation as someone who is clear, reliable, and principled. Over time, people come to respect your choices and your willingness to stick to your beliefs, which, in itself, can reduce the pressure to conform. In the whirlwind of our daily lives, where challenges loom at every corner, the strength to not just survive but thrive is something we all yearn to harness. Imagine, then, not merely pushing through but evolving through every trial, emerging not only unscathed but stronger, wiser, and more resilient. Today, we delve into the core of what it means to be unbreakable. We explore the 6 defining habits of mentally strong people, habits that are not inherited but forged in the fires of discipline and self-reflection. Each moment of hardship, every instance where life knocks you down, these are not merely obstacles but opportunities. Opportunities that mentally strong people leverage to fortify their inner strength. What if I told you that the secret to enduring strength isn't about never falling, but about learning the art of rising every time we fall? It's about embracing the pain, learning from the turbulence, and transforming turmoil into triumph. So if you see the value in turning challenges into stepping stones, then join us, subscribe, and become part of a community committed to building strength. Are you ready to discover the incredible potential that lies beyond your trials? Let's get started. The very nature of life is change, yet how often do we find ourselves fighting it, resisting it, as if we could somehow escape the inevitable? The truth is, change is not just a part of life, it is life itself. Stoic philosophy teaches us that the only constant is change, and the mastery of one's life lies in the ability to adapt. To be mentally strong, to truly thrive in the midst of life's tempests, one must not only accept change, but welcome it with open arms. Think about the last time you faced a significant change. Perhaps it was a move to a new city, a shift in your career, or even a change in a personal relationship. Was it uncomfortable? Did it feel like you were losing a part of yourself? These feelings are natural, but here lies the crucial insight. Within that discomfort lies a profound opportunity for growth. Imagine for a moment that you are a ship at sea. Change is the wind. It can be unpredictable, wild, and frightening. But those who are mentally strong are the skilled sailors, adept at adjusting their sails, using the wind to propel them forward rather than be dashed against the rocks. They understand something fundamental, that the wind is not their enemy but a force that can be harnessed to explore new horizons. Stoicism offers a perspective that change, no matter how daunting, carries with it the seeds of new strength. It teaches us that what we initially perceive as setbacks are often veiled opportunities. It's about perception. The Stoic emperor Marcus Aurelius once said, "Our actions may be impeded, but there can be no impeding our intentions or dispositions, because we can accommodate and adapt." The mind adapts and converts to its own purposes the obstacle to our acting, and this adaptation, this resilience, is at the core of mental strength. Let me share a story that illustrates the power of embracing change. It's about a friend of mine who lost his job, a career he had built over decades. Initially, he was devastated, overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear, but then he took a step that many might find counterintuitive. He embraced this dramatic change. He used his newfound time to pursue a passion he had always placed on the back burner: painting. Fast forward to today, and he not only found solace in his art, but has turned it into a thriving new career path. This wouldn't have been possible if he hadn't embraced the winds of change, stepping into the unknown with courage. So, how can you start to embrace change? Begin by viewing each change as an experiment, a step towards discovering new aspects of yourself. Whether it's changing a habit, altering your routine, or even changing the way you think about change itself, each step is a lesson, each pivot a chapter in your story of growth. Remember, every time you embrace change, you're not just adapting, you're setting the stage for transformation. Change breaks the old to make way for the new. And in that newness, you find new strengths, new passions, and new paths to happiness that you could never have anticipated. This isn't just about suppressing what you feel. Far from it. It's about understanding your emotions, channeling them constructively, and maintaining equilibrium even in the face of life's upheavals. We've all been there, right? Those moments when our feelings seem to get the better of us, clouding our judgment, dictating our actions. But what if we could master these tempestuous seas, navigate through them with the composure of a Stoic philosopher? Stoicism teaches us that while we cannot control what happens to us, we absolutely can control how we respond. Picture this. You're faced with a situation that typically sends your heart racing and your mind spiraling into a vortex of what-ifs and whys. Now, imagine observing your reaction as an outsider, acknowledging the surge of emotion but choosing a different response. You take a breath. You pause. In that pause lies your power. The power to choose a response that aligns with your values, not just your instincts. This approach doesn't mean your emotions are invalid or that they should be ignored. Quite the contrary. It means you recognize and respect your feelings without letting them steer your life off course. It's about saying, yes, I feel this anger or anxiety, but I choose not to let it dominate my actions. It's about reclaiming control, one thought, one decision at a time. Think of the last time you faced a stressful situation. Maybe it was a disagreement with a friend, a setback at work, or a financial strain. Reflect on how you reacted. Did your emotions lead to actions you later regretted? Now, let's reimagine that scenario. This time, you channel your inner Stoic. You allow yourself to feel the emotion fully and without judgment. You observe it, understand its source, and then gently but firmly guide it to a place of reason and wisdom. This self-regulation is not about denial, it's about management and transformation. It's turning the heat of anger into the light of understanding. It's transforming the paralysis of fear into the clarity of caution. By mastering our emotions, we don't just endure life's challenges, we thrive amidst them. We turn our emotional energy into fuel for personal growth and achievement. And here's something else. Each time you successfully manage an emotional response, you build a little more resilience, a little more strength. Like a muscle that grows stronger with exercise, your emotional resilience expands with each challenge faced and overcome. You begin to trust in your ability to handle whatever comes your way, not because you are the master of it. So, next time you find yourself in the whirlwind of emotional turmoil, remember this. You have the tools to calm the storm. You can acknowledge your emotions as natural, but choose actions that are rational. Embrace the Stoic wisdom that has empowered countless souls through millennia, not as a suppression of emotion, but as a transformation of it. Harness it, mold it, and let it elevate you to heights you never thought possible. In a world that never sleeps, where the demands on our time and energy are incessant, learning to set boundaries is not just wise, it's essential. Stoicism teaches us the value of self-mastery and inner tranquility, but how often do we sacrifice these for the sake of others? The truth is, without setting firm boundaries, we risk not only our well-being, but also our ability to pursue what truly matters. Think of your energy as a sacred reserve, a finite source that fuels not only your daily activities, but also your deepest passions and pursuits. When this reserve is depleted by the countless demands of others, be they work commitments, social obligations, or even the subtle pressures of digital media, what's left for you? How can you pursue your personal goals or invest in self-care when your energy has been spent on everything but yourself? Setting boundaries is thus not about selfishness, it's about self-preservation. It's about discerning what truly deserves your time and energy, and having the courage to say no to the rest. Stoic philosophy doesn't call us to turn away from the world, but to engage with it on our terms, to ensure that our interactions are intentional and our commitments meaningful. Let me tell you a story about a close friend of mine, someone who always went the extra mile for everyone. She was the first to arrive and the last to leave. The person who volunteered for every project, who never said no. Initially, it seemed like her boundless energy knew no limits, until it did. One day, she confided in me that she felt exhausted, not just physically but emotionally. She was giving so much to others that she had forgotten to give to herself. After much reflection, inspired partly by the Stoic practice of self-reflection, she began to set boundaries. She started small, by limiting the number of projects she would take on and by carving out time for her hobbies. The change wasn't instant, but Over time, she found herself feeling less drained and more fulfilled. She was still generous with her time, but now it was on her terms, ensuring she had enough left for the things that truly enrich her life. How then can we start setting these vital boundaries? It begins with self-awareness. Take a moment to reflect on what parts of your life feel overwhelming or draining. Is it a particular commitment that brings more stress than satisfaction? Or perhaps it's a relationship that demands more than it gives back. Recognizing these drains on your energy is the first step toward setting boundaries. Next, communicate these boundaries clearly and firmly. This doesn't mean being confrontational. Rather, it's about being honest with others about what you can and cannot do, what you are willing to accept and what you are not. It's about teaching others how to treat you by showing them what you value. And finally, enforce these boundaries. It's one thing to set them, it's another to maintain them. This might mean turning down invitations, stepping back from obligations that no longer serve you, or simply learning to prioritize your own needs alongside those of others. This enforcement isn't a one-time act, but a continuous process that requires dedication and commitment. In the tapestry of life, every thread you weave plays a part in the larger picture of your story. Each decision, every action holds the weight of potential outcomes, and understanding this is pivotal. In the world of Stoicism, there is a profound emphasis on the concept of taking responsibility, not just in our actions but also in our reactions. The Stoic philosophers taught that while we cannot always control what happens to us, we have absolute power over how we respond. This doctrine isn't just about accountability, it's about empowerment. Let's delve into a narrative that perhaps we've all lived in one way or another. Picture yourself working on a project that's close to your heart. You've poured in hours, days, maybe even months of effort. But despite your dedication, things go awry. It's a familiar scenario, isn't it? Maybe the results fell short of expectations, or an unforeseen issue threw everything off course. It's in moments like these that your character is tested. Do you look outward, casting blame on circumstances or others? Or do you look inward, assessing what part you played in the outcome? I remember a time when I faced a similar situation. It was a project I believed in deeply, and initially, when it didn't pan out, my first instinct was to blame external factors. The timing was off, the resources were insufficient, the support wasn't adequate. But upon reflection, a fundamental Stoic practice, I realized that these were elements I could have anticipated, perhaps even mitigated. Acknowledging that I had missed these signs was tough. It's not easy to admit our oversights. However, this admission was a turning point. It shifted my perspective from one of blame to one of learning. I asked myself, what can this teach me? Instead of, why did this happen to me? This shift is crucial. It transforms moments of failure into opportunities for growth. When you take responsibility for your actions, you move from a passive state, where life happens to you, to an active state, where you happen to life. You start to see every challenge as a stepping stone rather than a stumbling block. This doesn't mean you won't encounter frustrations or disappointments, but instead of allowing them to defeat you, you use them as fuel to forge ahead, to refine your strategies and to strengthen your resolve. Taking responsibility might sound daunting, but it begins with simple, everyday decisions. Start by owning your choices, both big and small. Did a conversation not go as planned? Reflect on your words and consider how different approaches might yield different results. Was a goal not achieved? Evaluate your methods and determine what adjustments are necessary to succeed next time. Each act of responsibility reinforces your agency and your capacity to influence your destiny. And remember, taking responsibility is not about shouldering a burden of guilt. It's about embracing a position of control. It's about saying, here is where I can do better, not here is where I failed. The Stoics believed in focusing on efforts, not outcomes, and in finding value in every experience, positive or negative. In the relentless pursuit of our goals, we often become our own harshest critics. It's easy to spiral into self-doubt and criticism when things don't go according to plan. But what if I told you that the secret to sustained success and inner peace lies not in constant self-critique, but in practicing self-compassion? This isn't just about being kind to yourself. It's about acknowledging your struggles, accepting your imperfections, and still choosing to nurture your spirit, much like the Stoics, who emphasized understanding and managing our own perceptions and reactions. Consider the times you've faced setbacks or failures. Think about how you responded. Did you berate yourself, or did you take a moment to offer yourself understanding and grace? The journey to achieving anything significant is often riddled with obstacles and setbacks. It's how you speak to yourself in these moments that can either forge a path forward or create a barrier that is hard to break. I remember once, after a particularly challenging project, I found myself caught in a storm of self-criticism. I had worked tirelessly, yet the outcome was far from what I had hoped for. Initially, my inner dialogue was harsh, filled with messages of failure and self-doubt. But then I paused. I realized that if a friend had come to me with the same story, I would have offered words of encouragement and support, not criticism. Why, then, was I not offering the same to myself? Self-compassion is this shift in dialogue. It's treating yourself with the same kindness and understanding you would offer a friend. The Stoics teach us not to be disturbed by events, but by our perception of these events. By practicing self-compassion, you alter your perception of your experiences from negative to nurturing. This doesn't mean shying away from responsibility or ignoring your mistakes. Instead, it means accepting your imperfections, learning from them, and moving forward without the heavy baggage of self-judgment. Practicing self-compassion starts with recognizing your humanity. Understand that to err is human, to struggle is part of growth. When you make a mistake, instead of diving into a sea of self-criticism, ask yourself, what can this teach me? Use setbacks as learning points, not as anchors that pull you down. Another step is to be mindful of your inner critic. Listen to the voices in your head and challenge them. Are they fair? Are they helpful? Would you say them to someone else? If not, it's time to reframe them. Replace critical thoughts with supportive, compassionate ones. This shift not only changes how you view yourself, but also how you interact with the world. Moreover, make self-compassion a regular practice. Just like physical exercise strengthens the body, regular moments of self-compassion strengthen your mental and emotional resilience. Set aside time to reflect on your day. Focus on what you did well and where you could improve, always through a lens of compassion. Embracing self-compassion means breaking free from the confines of self-doubt and adopting a more forgiving, understanding approach to personal challenges. It allows you to celebrate small victories while constructively learning from the losses. With self-compassion, you are not just surviving, you are thriving, learning to sail smoothly on the rough seas of life. In a world that constantly changes, the ability to keep learning and evolving is not just a skill, it's a necessity. Imagine navigating life's vast ocean with the relentless spirit of a voyager, one who knows that behind every horizon lies new knowledge and endless possibilities. This is the essence of mental strength, a perpetual thirst for growth, a deep-seated resolve to never stand still. It's about embracing the Stoic belief that life is a teacher and every experience a lesson. Remember, the path to self-improvement isn't paved with dramatic breakthroughs, but with continuous small steps of progress. Each step is a piece in the puzzle of who you are and who you might become. Think about the last time you learned something new, how it felt, the excitement, and sometimes the frustration. Did it change the way you think? Did it inspire you to explore further? This is the power of learning. It transforms your mind, expands your horizons, and reshapes your world. Let me share a personal story that illustrates this transformative power of continuous learning. A few years ago, I decided to delve into the art of photography. At first, it was merely a hobby, a way to capture moments of beauty. But as I learned more about the techniques, the history, and the stories behind each image, photography became more than just a pastime. It became a new lens through which I viewed the world. It taught me about light and shadow, about perspective, and most importantly, about the details that we often overlook. Each photograph became a lesson in patience and observation, and each lesson enhanced not just my skills with the camera, but my skills in life. To never stop learning is to maintain a state of readiness, to be adaptable in the face of change, and to always be prepared to seize new opportunity. It's about being curious and allowing that curiosity to propel you forward. Ask questions, seek answers, and challenge yourself to step outside your comfort zone. Whether it's picking up a new book, starting a new course, or simply exploring a new hobby, every new venture is a step toward becoming a more rounded, enlightened individual. Embracing continuous learning also means acknowledging that we never fully arrive. There is always something more to know, some new skill to acquire. This might seem daunting, but within this realization lies true freedom. The freedom to reinvent oneself, to innovate, and to pivot without fear of the unknown. Stoicism teaches us not to fear failure, but to use it as a catalyst for growth. So, when faced with challenges, don't shy away. Dive deeper, learn from them, and emerge stronger. Moreover, make this journey of learning a shared one. Engage with others who are on their own paths of discovery. Exchange ideas, debate theories, and collaborate on projects. These interactions not only enrich your learning experience, but also build a community of like-minded individuals who support and inspire each other. Remember that the goal is not just to accumulate information, but to understand deeply, to apply wisely, and to live fully. So, I urge you, keep pushing the boundaries of what you know. Keep challenging the limits of what you can do. After all, in the words of the great philosopher Seneca, as long as you live, keep learning how to live. How many times have you chased something with all your strength? Did everything to achieve it, but it seemed that the more you tried, the more distant it became, as if life was playing with you, giving you hope and then pulling the rug out from under you. The truth is that you don't need to chase anything. What is truly yours will find you. It may seem hard to believe this now, but think about how many good things have come into your life when you simply stopped forcing it and let it happen. Stoicism teaches that true strength is not in desperately chasing, but in trusting. Stay calm and know your worth. When you align yourself with your essence and stop acting with fear and anxiety, you will begin to naturally attract everything that deserves success, opportunities, and true connections. In this video, I will show you how to change this mindset and stop chasing to start attracting through 11 reflections. And you know what? The best of all? What is yours is already coming your way. All you need to do is learn to relax and let it flow. Stay with me until the end, and you will learn how to turn this game around once and for all. Let's start. The mind is far more powerful than you might imagine. Many of us, caught up in the rush of everyday life, overlook the significant influence it has on our existence. But did you know that your mind can be the key to transforming your reality? It is the epicenter of your power. Every thought, belief, and emotion originates from within you. Everything you think can shape your experiences. Imagine controlling your thoughts instead of being controlled by them. Imagine if instead of allowing fear or doubt to dominate, you focused on what is possible and within your reach. This isn't just a mental exercise, it's a way of life. A method to harness this secret power that we all possess, yet few know how to activate. When properly trained, the mind can perform unimaginable feats. It can transform obstacles into challenges, difficulties into lessons, and failures into opportunities. This insight is something that great leaders, philosophers, and even the wise men of antiquity understood well. The mind is your battlefield. Winning there means winning in the real world. However, you must be cautious. The mind can be your most powerful ally or your greatest enemy, depending on how you use this strength. If you succumb to negative emotions or uncertainties, you'll merely feed the energy that blocks your potential. Conversely, if you consciously use your mind, you're leveraging an invisible force in your favor. Have you ever considered that the power you seek has been inside you all along? Sometimes we feel lost, as though we are being swept along by circumstances beyond our control. But what if I told you that true strength doesn't come from external events, but from how you choose to perceive them? We are not victims of what the world does to us. What defines us is how we respond. It may be hard to believe, especially when it feels like certain things are beyond our reach, as if we are trapped in a reality we cannot alter. But remember, everything starts in the mind, our ability to choose our reactions, and more importantly, what we decide to believe about ourselves. Consider this. Your mind is like a blank canvas, ready to receive whatever images you decide to project onto it. Every thought you allow in paints a stroke on this canvas. Marcus Aurelius once said, "The mind becomes what it thinks about." So, why not start now? Instead of focusing on what's missing, why not focus on what's already within your reach? Instead of getting lost in difficulties, why not view them as opportunities for growth? I know it's not easy. Life demands a lot from us. But the strength you need to move forward isn't out there. It's inside you, waiting to be awakened. This awakening begins the moment you decide to take control of your thoughts, to view situations not as problems, but as challenges to be overcome, and to believe that you are indeed capable of creating the life you deserve. So, how about starting now? What will you choose to think? What will you allow to grow within you? True transformation begins the moment you decide that the power to change is in your hands and no one else's. Sometimes we attempt to control everything. Our minds create plans and strategies, expecting everything to proceed in a straight line without deviations. However, life is not so predictable. It's filled with ups and downs, surprises and twists. Yet, there is deep wisdom in simply flowing. Flowing does not mean giving up or letting everything happen without taking action. Rather, it's about learning to dance with life, moving with it without resistance, like a river that smoothly navigates around a stone in its path, never fighting against it, but adapting and continuing its course. This approach is not about avoiding obstacles, but about learning to navigate through them with the confidence that each turn has a purpose. Trust. Trust might seem like a simple word, but it encompasses great power. Trust is not just believing that things will work out. It's also trusting in yourself and your ability to face the challenges that arise. More importantly, it's about trusting that life has a plan for you. You are not alone on this journey. The energy that moves the world knows what is best for you, even if you don't feel it in the moment. Trust is a form of surrender. Not a surrender of weakness, but of strength. It's the strength of knowing that even when we lack control, there is something greater guiding each step. Seneca once said, "Life is long enough, and a sufficiently generous amount has been given to us for the highest achievements if we use it well." Now, the hardest part, and perhaps the most beautiful, is receiving. We are so accustomed to fighting, chasing, and thinking that we need to earn each achievement that we often forget to simply open our arms and receive. Life is constantly offering us gifts, but are you open to receiving them? Are you allowing blessings to flow to you, or are you erecting barriers and resistance? Receiving is more than a physical act. It is an emotional one, reminding us that we deserve what is good. Often, we believe we need to do more to deserve the best, that we must achieve something great for life to reward us. However, life is already providing everything we need. The mere fact of being alive and breathing is a gift. Reflect on this. Are you flowing, or are you trying to force things to go your way? Do you trust, or do you feel the need to control every move? Are you ready to receive, or are you still caught up in the belief that you need to do more, be more, to deserve? Flow, trust, and receive is not just a mantra, it's a lifestyle. A life in which, instead of fighting against what comes, you learn to align yourself with what is rightfully yours. And when you do, you'll realize that what you sought so intensely has always been within your reach. It was just waiting for you to be ready to receive it. Have you ever noticed how, in moments of calm, life seems to flow more smoothly? How answers begin to emerge more clearly, as if things fall into place on their own? In a world where we are constantly running from one task to another, trying to achieve more, do more, be more, we often overlook the simple power of calm. Curiously, it is in calmness that the key to success often lies. It seems contradictory, doesn't it? We are so used to believing that, to achieve something, we need to be in constant motion, that success comes from the pressure of the hustle. But in truth, it is calm that creates space for opportunities to arise, for decisions to be made clearly, and for connecting with what really matters. When you are calm, your mind is free from scattered thoughts. It is not overwhelmed by stress or anxiety. Instead, it becomes a space of clarity. You see things with more perspective, more discernment, and most importantly, you become more aware of opportunities that would previously go unnoticed. When you act from a place of calm, your actions are more intentional, more aligned with what you really want, not with external expectations or the pressure of the moment. Seneca stated, "Nothing is more important than the tranquility of the mind. Even in the greatest turbulence, keep your mind calm." Now, think for a moment. Have you often made impulsive decisions, driven by haste or anxiety, and then regretted them? Or perhaps stopped acting out of fear because anxiety paralyzed you? This happens to all of us. But when you manage to cultivate calm, you can look at situations without the weight of anxiety. You become capable of making more sensible decisions, acting wisely without letting yourself be consumed by pressure. Moreover, when you are calm, you transmit confidence. The people around you sense this energy. They realize that you are not in a hurry, that you know where you are going, and that you trust the process. This type of energy is magnetic. People are drawn to those who transmit serenity because calm is rare in today's world. When you exude this calm, you begin to attract opportunities, allies, and even the conditions conducive to success. Then, success is not about being constantly in turbo mode, frantically chasing after goals. In fact, true success comes when you learn to act with calm and confidence, knowing that everything you need is already on its way. It is not about rushing, but about aligning yourself with the present moment, cultivating an internal harmony that permits things to arise at the right time. Sometimes, pressure makes us believe that we need to do everything immediately, that we must always be busy and on the move to ensure our success. But in reality, it is when you allow yourself to slow down and trust that everything falls into place, and true transformation begins to happen. Success is not about constant motion. It is about being aligned with your purpose, with who you are, and with the circumstances unfolding naturally. Gratitude. Gratitude is a word we often hear, but have you truly considered the power it wields? It's not merely a polite way to thank for what we've received. Gratitude is a transformative force, a portal that opens doors to an abundant flow of blessings in our lives. Imagine for a moment the energy of the universe is always surrounding you, ready to align with you. All you need to do is send out positive vibrations for this energy to manifest in the form of opportunities, achievements, or even inner peace. Gratitude is that vibration. When you express gratitude, it's not only for something you have already received, but it also creates a magnetic energy that attracts more reasons to be grateful. It seems simple, yet gratitude profoundly impacts how our mind and body function. When you are grateful, your brain releases dopamine and serotonin, the substances that make us feel good, tuning us into a higher state of mind. This state, in turn, attracts more good into our lives. You begin to view situations, even challenging ones, in a new light. Instead of focusing on what is missing or what did not work, you start to recognize the small victories, the moments of joy, the lessons embedded within challenges. But here's the secret. Gratitude is not only about what has already happened, but also about anticipating the good yet to come. When you practice gratitude with an open heart, you're not just celebrating what you already possess, but also signaling to the universe that you are ready to receive even more. Marcus Aurelius once said, "Remember, nothing happens to you, everything happens for you." With this mindset, you begin to align yourself with your desires, creating an attraction field that manifests your wishes. Gratitude does not replace action. Rather, it strengthens your intentions and enhances your ability to create positively. Now, think of something important to you, a dream, a goal, a deep desire. If you start to be grateful for it, as if it had already materialized, you are not just passively waiting for it to happen. You are activating a creation energy. You are telling your subconscious and the universe that you believe it is possible, that you deserve it, and you are already grateful for its achievement. The most powerful aspect of gratitude is how it opens you to opportunities that can help manifest your desires, because you are emitting the right energy. Gratitude is the key that unlocks your power of manifestation. Instead of lamenting what you don't have, be grateful for what you do have. Your life, your family, the food you ate today, your relationships. Gratitude is not just a reaction to the good in your life, but a proactive way of creating the future you desire. With each expression of thanks, you are telling the universe that you are ready for more. When you start practicing this daily, in all situations, big or small, your life begins to reflect this abundance. Remember, true gratitude stems from sincerity, not from an attempt to manipulate reality. It's not about pretending everything is perfect, but about recognizing that, even in difficult times, there is something to be thankful for. This attitude attracts precisely what you need most. Have you ever closed your eyes and imagined your life exactly as you've always wanted it? Perhaps you envision a successful career, a life filled with peace, true love, or even a place that feels like home. This exercise, simple as it may seem, holds immense power. Visualization is not just a mental diversion, it's a tool for creation. When you visualize, you're not merely daydreaming, you're actively projecting your desired reality. The mind, particularly the part responsible for imagination, cannot differentiate between what is real and what is vividly imagined. When you create detailed images, you experience emotions as if your desires are already materializing. You begin to forge a mental pathway, bridging the gap between current reality and potential future. Think with me. How often have you visualized something only to feel doubt, as if your mind were telling you this is impossible for me? If so, the issue may not be with visualization itself, but with how you connect to it. Visualization is more than a mental exercise. It's a challenge that demands confidence. When you envision something in your mind and feel it as an undeniable truth, you generate a powerful energy that begins to attract your desires. Marcus Aurelius once said that what lies before us is merely a reflection of what lies within us. Visualization is a dialogue between you and the universe. Each time you see yourself achieving your goals, your brain starts to pave the way for these achievements. Every detail you imagine becomes a tangible possibility. The critical question is, do you believe in what you are visualizing? If you truly believe that your vision is attainable, then you are taking the initial, unconscious steps toward making that reality manifest. I know it can be difficult at first. Life conditions us to doubt and question the seemingly unachievable, but here's a technique. Visualize intensely. Close your eyes and see the scene as if it were already real. Imagine the colors, the sounds, the sensations of what you are creating. Feel the emotion of having already achieved what you desire. This is the moment to align your mind and your heart with your aspiration. It's not just about thinking, it's about feeling. However, visualization doesn't stop with imagination. It serves as a daily reminder of what you aim to create and what you are capable of achieving. When you visualize, you are signaling to your subconscious that this is your path and that you are committed to reaching it. By maintaining this clear vision, you begin to notice the opportunities, people, and circumstances around you that align with what you visualized. Have you ever noticed how life often teaches us to hold on tightly to things, people, results, objects, even ideas, as if happiness were only possible if we maintain control over everything? However, there is a hidden art in this process, an art that is counterintuitive but has the power to profoundly transform our lives. The art of letting go. Letting go does not mean giving up. It is not about abandoning your dreams or goals, nor is it about losing something valuable. Letting go is actually about creating space for something new to enter your life, so that the universe can bring what is truly necessary for your growth. When you hold on to something too tightly, you prevent other things from flowing to you, blocking the new opportunities that are waiting to be received. Have you considered this? Often, the resistance to letting go stems from fear. Fear of losing, fear of uncertainty, fear that if we let go of what we have, we won't find something better. But the truth is, by keeping our hands so closed, we are literally closing the doors to what could be even greater. Seneca said, "Rushing is the fastest path to frustration. Enjoy the moment and go at your own pace." The process of letting go is actually an act of trust. It's trusting that what is in your life today has a purpose, but also trusting that new things, new people, and new experiences are coming at exactly the right time. Consider a simple example, like a relationship or friendship that no longer aligns with who you have become. Keeping that person in your life out of pure habit or fear of being alone may be preventing you from finding other, more meaningful and enriching connections. Sometimes, what you most need is to make room for new relationships to blossom so that you can grow in other directions. When you let go, you free yourself from what no longer serves you, and you create a void that will be filled by something much more aligned with who you are today. Letting go also involves accepting that we have no control over many things. It can be scary because the ego likes to be in charge, but by accepting that there are things outside of our control, such as the behavior of others, the future, or certain outcomes, we can find inner peace. When you let go, you stop fighting the natural flow of life. You begin to realize that there are greater forces working in your favor, even if you don't always understand them at the time. This challenging art of letting go is one of the most powerful ways to attract what you really need. By letting go, you make room for abundance. You free your mind from worries and limitations, allowing new flows of energy, new ideas, and new possibilities to enter. It is the key. You know that moment when you feel like everything is taking too long? The clock seems to crawl, things don't happen as expected, and anxiety starts to creep in. I know it's hard to trust in time, especially when we're immersed in the rush of everyday life, when we desire quick results, immediate answers, and everything seems to hinge on an instant. But what if I told you that contrary to what many of us believe, time is not our enemy, it's our ally. Time possesses a wisdom that transcends our immediate understanding. It does not rush, it flows. This fluidity allows us to learn, grow, and most importantly, mature. When we stop trying to force events, demanding that everything happen now, we begin to appreciate how time prepares us. It gives us space to reflect, to adjust our vision, and often to steer away from a path that was not right for us, all part of a larger process. Epictetus once said, "Time is a property that we cannot recover." Do not waste time worrying about what cannot be controlled. Live and trust in time. Imagine you planted a tree. You want it to grow quickly, right? The temptation might be to pull at the plant, urging it to grow faster. But that won't work. Time is essential. It allows the roots to take hold, the trunk to become strong, and the branches to flourish in the healthiest way possible. In the same way, our lives and our goals require time. If we try to speed up the process, we run the risk of compromising the outcome. Time gives us the chance to build a solid foundation so that what we are creating can sustain itself and grow robustly. I know it can be hard to be patient. It can be frustrating to watch things unfold slowly, especially when it seems like others around you are advancing quickly. But remember, you can't see what's going on behind the scenes in everyone's life. Everyone's timing is unique, and each journey is different. What matters is not how much time you spend on something, but how you use it. Time gives us the space to become wiser, stronger, and more prepared for what awaits us. Here's a deep reflection about your relationship with time. Sometimes we feel tempted to force life to adhere to a rhythm we define, thinking we can control everything. But isn't time asking us to trust its natural flow? What happens when, instead of racing against time, you simply let it flow, allowing it to work its magic? I know waiting can be one of the hardest parts. It feels like time is working against you when results don't appear as expected. Anxiety, despair, and a sense of losing control can take over. But if you pause and reflect, you may discover that time is not the villain in your story. It is actually a great ally in the transformation process. Have you ever stopped to consider the power of silence? In our noisy world, filled with distractions, it's easy to lose ourselves in the rush of daily life. But what if silence was the key to finding the peace and clarity you seek? Silence is not just an absence of sound. It possesses the power to connect us with something much deeper, our inner self. We often operate on autopilot, going through motions without truly listening to what our mind, body, and soul are trying to communicate. Caught in a relentless stream of information, external demands, and expectations, we unwittingly disconnect from our true selves, our deepest desires, and our real purposes. Marcus Aurelius observed that silence is a form of control. Those who can maintain inner peace amidst chaos are truly at peace with themselves. When we allow ourselves moments of silence, we encounter something magical. Silence gives us a chance to breathe deeply and look inward, without haste, without judgment, and without the pressures of the external world. We can truly hear our inner voice, often drowned out by life's constant noise. When we stop seeking external answers and start listening to our hearts, we discover that we possess everything necessary for growth, for making decisions that resonate with our true selves, and for finding peace. Silence is more than just a pause. It's an invitation to introspection, which is vital for self-acknowledge. It's only when we genuinely stop that we can ask ourselves powerful questions. What do I truly want? How do I feel about this? What are my fears and insecurities? Silence provides the space to engage with these questions, not under the duress of needing immediate answers, but with the courage to explore the depths of our souls. Yet silence is not comfortable for everyone. When accustomed to constant noise, silence can be intimidating. It can be challenging to face our own minds without the usual distraction. We may experience discomfort, restlessness, and even anxiety, but this is natural. Silence often confronts us with the buried feelings and thoughts we avoid. However, it's within this confrontation that transformation occurs. Silence enables us to process these feelings, clear our minds, and discern what truly matters. Imagine a river when turbulent and swift. It's impossible to see the bottom, but when it calms, the water's clear and the depths become visible. Silence is like this moment of calm in the river of our minds, allowing us to see into our deepest layers, understand our true needs, and reconnect with our essence. Sometimes we need a moment of silence to assess our lives, to feel if we're on the right path or if adjustments are needed. Silence can remind us to pause and reflect before making significant decisions or even before taking a new step. In our haste, we often neglect our mental and emotional health, but silence brings us back to ourselves, reminding us of our humanity and our need to stop and recharge. Have you ever noticed how, when life gets hectic, the first thing we lose is our breath? Often, without even realizing it, we start breathing in a shallow, accelerated way, as if we're constantly racing against time. The weight of worries, anxiety, and stress accumulates, and we become so immersed in these feelings that we forget the simplest and most powerful tool we possess: the power of breathing. Breathing is something we do all the time, yet we rarely pause to truly feel it. When you breathe consciously, each breath becomes an opportunity to bring calm, restore your energy, and return to the present. Breathing is a gesture of life, and what many don't realize is that how we breathe can transform our emotional state, changing how we feel and react to the world around us. Have you ever tried just stopping for a moment to focus on your breathing? It's a simple but incredibly powerful practice. When you allow yourself to pause and pay attention to your breath, you begin to notice changes in your body. Your heart rate slows, your muscles relax, and your mind, which was previously overwhelmed, starts to clear. Breathing is like a key that opens the door to a profound sense of relaxation and inner peace. Zeno once said, "Inner peace is found when you accept life as it is, without resistance." Interestingly, we don't need a perfect environment or complex techniques to harness the power of breathing. It's about focus. Breathe deeply, hold for a moment, then release the air slowly. When you do this consciously, you begin to notice how your body starts to relax, how tension diminishes, and how thoughts begin to distance themselves. Each breath becomes an anchor that brings you back to the present. What happens when we can relax in this way? The body recovers, the mind gains clarity, and emotions begin to stabilize. Stress, that constant enemy, loses some of its strength, Deep breathing helps us shift out of the fight-or-flight mode and into a state of rest and digestion, where we can heal and restore our energy. This change may not be visible to others, but something profound happens inside us. Breathing becomes a powerful tool for self-care and self-understanding. And that's not all. Breathing also has the power to connect us with our bodies in a more intimate way. We are often so distracted by external demands that we forget our bodies are trying to communicate with us. Conscious breathing helps us to hear these silent messages, to identify where we are tensing up, where we are tired, and where we need more attention. Breathing reminds us that we are alive, that we deserve moments of rest, and that we can indeed find relaxation. When was the last time you gave yourself permission to simply stop for a moment and breathe deeply, unhurriedly, without the need to be in constant motion? The power of breathing is not just in the act of breathing itself, but in allowing ourselves to stop and pay attention to our bodies, our minds, and our well-being. Each breath is a chance to reconnect, to restore, and to remember that calm is not outside of us but within, waiting to be discovered. Have you ever considered how progress and peace can coexist? Often, we believe that achieving our goals requires relentless pressure and immense effort, as if the only way forward is through force and agitation. But what if I told you that true progress could be achieved with calm, discipline, and a deep sense of inner peace? The Stoic path teaches us exactly this: how to reach our goals in a serene, balanced, and conscious manner. Stoicism, a practical philosophy, guides us to embody virtues such as wisdom, courage, justice, and self-control. It shows that true progress isn't about chasing rapid or hectic results. Instead, it's about understanding what truly matters and acting in accordance with what is within our control, while serenely accepting what we cannot change. When we discuss peace, we aren't referring to a superficial tranquility or a passive state. What the Stoics teach us is that inner peace comes from living in accordance with nature, with truth, and with what is under our control. By accepting that we cannot control everything and that events don't always unfold as we wish, we can set aside anxiety and frustration. This creates space for genuine tranquility, which becomes the foundation of any real and sustainable progress. How does this apply to our journey toward goals? Instead of being consumed by the pressure to achieve something at any cost, true progress comes from the daily practice of consistent effort and self-control. Stoicism encourages us to focus on the process, not merely the immediate result. As we adopt this mindset, pressure diminishes and peace arises, because we realize that the only thing we truly control is our present moment. Each small action and achievement becomes part of a deeper, more meaningful journey toward our goals. Imagine you are trying to learn a new skill or reach a new level in your life. Real progress isn't about comparing yourself to others or measuring success by external standards, but about evaluating your own journey, how much you've grown in your discipline, and what you've learned about yourself along the way. Stoicism reminds us that while we cannot control immediate outcomes, we can control our attitudes and responses to challenges. Here lies a crucial aspect of the Stoic path: acceptance. When we accept difficulties as natural parts of the process, they no longer appear as insurmountable obstacles, but become opportunities for learning. By embracing challenges with a calm mindset, without anxiety about the future, you foster a state of peace that doesn't rely on external circumstances. This peace, in turn, enables you to focus on what truly matters: your personal evolution and continuous progress. Remember, true peace isn't achieved when all our goals are met. Rather, it is something we cultivate along the way. It isn't the absence of difficulties, but the ability to confront challenges with a composed and controlled mind. By integrating this inner peace into your approach, you release anxiety and frustration, thereby creating space for real progress. Have you ever felt that the harder you try to achieve your goals, the more difficult it seems to become? The pressure, anxiety, and weight of expectations seem to build up, dragging us to a place of stagnation instead of propelling us forward. Over time, many of us learn that an obsession with immediate success can actually be a trap. And, importantly, that less pressure often leads to more success. This may sound contradictory, but a shift in perspective can profoundly transform how we achieve our goals. When we discuss pressure, it's not just about the external expectations imposed by others. It's also about the internal pressure, that inner voice incessantly telling us that we need to do more, be better, and not stop until we achieve our goals. This voice, though seemingly motivational, often creates a barrier to our progress. It pushes us into a relentless race against time for immediate results, as if our happiness hinges on meeting increasingly tight deadlines. Now, imagine for a moment what happens if you release this pressure. I'm not suggesting abandoning your goals or losing focus, but rather taking a pause to rethink your approach to pursuing your dreams. What happens when you slow down, allow yourself to enjoy the process and not just the end results, and trust that you're on the right path without needing to control every detail? The answer is simple. You create the mental and emotional space necessary to operate more efficiently. Pressure often fosters an environment filled with fear and apathy, where ideas stagnate and plans turn into obstacles. However, when you lessen this pressure, what once felt like a heavy burden transforms into lightness, and the process flows more naturally. You begin to operate with greater clarity, focus, and most importantly, confidence. You may even find that by allowing yourself some relaxation, you become more creative and develop innovative solutions to challenges. It seems counterintuitive, especially in a society that constantly tells us to keep running, stay busy, and work tirelessly. But what if the real key to success is to stop running and start flowing? By allowing yourself to breathe, you not only recover energy but also find the internal motivation needed to advance. It's crucial to understand that success is not a straight line. Often the path is filled with detours, pauses, and moments of introspection. Constant pressure blinds us to this reality, preventing us from seeing that true progress is built through small, calmly made decisions and patience with the process. When we act lightly, without the need to control everything, we create space for what truly matters: our personal growth, adaptation to the unexpected, and eventually, the realization of our dreams.